Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Sunday. How we doing here, say? How we doing here, say? How we doing here, say?
Me coulda never green dog. Me no chow.
Hey, boy. Hey, boy. Come in, ladies and gentlemen. Come in, come in, come in. Mighty God. TikTok. We'll find that famous moment. We'll find that famous moment there. Perry Cummins. Junior. Coulda never green. Yo.
Senator Murray, somebody asked me, Perry, why aren't you a Labourite?
Fresh drop.
Me ever fresh, me no green.
Me coulda never green dog. Me no chow. Ha ha ho ho. We a look underpants Bolo. We don't got
Hold on, clocking them, hold on.
Me coulda never green.
Hold on, DJ man, hold on. I don't have much time.
Yes.
The next Prime Minister, let me shake your hand, so
Yo. Perry, big up yourself. That was a moment etched in time, bro. That one they connect. Me not tell no lie. That one they connect forever, ever, bro. Forever, ever. Them can't go around it. Them can't go around it.
why aren't you a Labourite? Me ever fresh, me no green.
Oh, we are dealing.
I don't have much time. The next Prime Minister, let me shake your hands, so big up yourself for going. Jensen and brother, get up, doctor. Listen, in 1938,
Yes.
the People's National Party was born out of the vision to help the poor. It was born out of restlessness of the people seeking for better. And I believe that the People's National Party can
Listen up.
be the answer for the people.
Yeah, them gonna school today.
In 1995, under the auspices of PJ there was a revitalization and an extension of the new National Youth Service Program, which gave young people the opportunity to come on the right church. It gave people the opportunity to make a mistake. I don't have much time, but you know what? I hear the other people them saying,
Yeah, we're live now. We're live now. Ronnie, we're live now.
God bless you.
Yeah.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen,
Yo. Easy, very easy.
Somebody said time come. It is so ironic.
Yes.
It's not greener on the other side. Somebody
Yes.
said time come. I have been analyzing the political atmosphere,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, and I want to clarify a few things. A lot of persons believe said the comrades are against the bus system.
Yes.
We're not against the bus system, comrades. Am I
Yes.
speaking truth here tonight?
Truth.
But the way that seems right to a man may very well end up in destruction. Somebody say amen.
Amen.
When I look on social media, Mr. Buchanan, all I see is broken down yellow buses. The tires, them are rotten off.
Mighty God.
I wonder if I'm at the right place tonight.
Mighty God. Oh, not there.
Hold on.
Put on me
And when the people have a problem with the modus operandi as to how they get the buses,
like and share up the video, people. Like and share up the
devil is a liar. How if you bad mind when God has blessed you? Bless you, bless.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me just tell you this. I denounce, I refuse, and I rubbish the notion that the People's National Party has no plans. The devil is a liar.
Devil is a liar.
Recently,
I was doing some research.
Yes.
And I recognize that our party leader, Mr. Marky G, has plans to help the disabled. He has plans to help the less fortunate. They plan on...
No, you remember when Marlon Morgan and the whole of them come out and talk about that nationwide, that talk about PMP nano plan. Hey, they lying, hey, they not still peer lying, man. Them have no integrity, man. That's why I listen to them, you know. And then Marlon Morgan come out, me see Mr. Wayne knows some, I watch Mr. Wayne knows some, and Marlon Morgan come out and I chat about Mark Golding is a hypocrite in regards to Dennis. Very big up yourself. Mark Golding is a hypocrite in regards to what his name? Dennis Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, you know see TVJ apologize. You know see TVJ apologize to Dennis Garden. Because lawsuit out to lick them. There is no credible evidence out there for them to call up Dennis Garden name. One to the other company them. How comes Oceanwide not have the name of the other company them? Brother, all we have to look on Dennis Meadows situation, you know. Dennis Meadows situation until they say Mark Golding no play with integrity, bro. Dennis Meadows said something that the appearance of it really is a topic that is very touchy even internationally. Because you talk about the United States of America. You understand what I say? And you talk about scamming. Zane and the man take a hard stance on that. And somebody might say that it cost him that seat in the election. But what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his own soul? So you see, Mark Golding has carrying what going. Mark Golding has clearly showed us that he is going to stand on integrity. Cost it what it may. And there were some of the comrades them afterwards that was kind of, you know, feeling away because they might go back because we lose them. I say, boy, Mark Golding should do this and Mark Golding should do that because that's why I'm losing the seat. And when you lose, we understand. But the grand scheme of it, ladies and gentlemen, is Jamaica we don't want. We don't want a righteous leader or we don't want a leader where do everything, anything for win. Because that's what Andrew Holness is, you know. Andrew Holness is a leader that does anything to win. Beverly, how you doing? You feel me I deal with? So Marlon Morgan talk about hypocrisy with Dennis Garden. Marlon Morgan, Andrew Wheatley, antecedents not good. Bobby Montague, antecedents not good. How comes them reach back in a parliament? You're talking about hypocrisy. And if they did have them with a judge right today in a parliament too. And it's alleged Safin wife run gone left him. Didn't you see the tape? How comes you still associating yourself with a man like that? As a party. I don't want to talk about Mark Golding is a hypocrite. Every day you come out and talk about transparent and honor the best government and have integrity and all these things. But yet still, look at the individuals inside. Oh my God. Mama D. Oh, she in a parliament after working with the IC. Talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, brother. Look how much other persons in the Jamaica Labour Party that their name has been marred in nastiness. And they're still winning made big up. And they're still a member of the party. You need to have a seat, Marlon Morgan. What will be your legacy? What will be your legacy? You can go on one ballot and win one seat. You don't want to serve for parliamentarian. But then give one position because you want a lapdog. Anything they say, a big old load barrel. You see, if you want to talk something of substance, your image that look different. People wouldn't look on your size, you know. If you're speaking substance, people wouldn't look on your size. Look on Roger Clark. Roger Clark was respected, you know, among his peers, you know. Look on Mr. Lambert Brown. Mr. Lambert Brown is respected among his peers, you know. Some of them over there go on X-ray, but they know what time it is. You understand what I deal with? They know what time it is with Mr. Lambert Brown. Zine, some Marlon Morgan need to go and sit down, man.
In how much thousands of homes, allow me to tell, they have plans to ensure that young people leaving out of university, they can go and get a home, rent it, and then own it. God Almighty. Yeah. How them to say PMP now no plans?
I'm just saying. How did that happen? Veronica, what's up?
I have said it before. And I will say it again.
Yes.
The People's National Party continues to be the visionaries of Jamaica.
That is true.
Me see them a hype with bus system, but a PNP start JUTC.
Come on, bro. A brand new bus they will pull up, bro. What? Yo, the man, yo, none of them can walk in a PGA shoes, you know. Not even one of them in a Jamaica Labour Party, you know. Much less Michael Manley, you know. All they hear them a chat off their mouth. Look for the statistic, bro. None of them can't walk in a PGA shoes, fam. Not even one somebody in a the JLP. And then, yo, I tell you, say, hey, wish I know that one real corruption of them are the weapon of farm against Jamaica, you know. Yo, but I can't wait to go deal with them.
Let the power fall on me, my Lord. Let the power fall on me.
Sing it.
Over yourself.
That is it. Hey, man, I tell you, say, Perry the ramping up, man. Perry have a whole stage locking up. And what them say again, Diddy? What did he say again? Diddy, what you say?
Me coulda never green dog, me no chow. No.
Yeah, boy. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I don't know if it's one clip, but I get some clippings of me and Mottley. And basically, me and Mottley, I tell everybody, say, yo, don't mix me. You understand? Yeah, you can't mix oil with water. Don't do that. Don't do that something there. Uno feel labor, right? Uno no shame. Uno antecedents as a party is so bad that the thought of being mentioned, of taking advice from Uno, make a leader in the Caribbean cringe. Cringe. She don't want to be associated with no on that level there. Yes, you understand the diplomatic affairs where you know you have to deal with everybody and be cordial. But when it all boils down to it, them not sit no tea with no labor right and a labor right official. You hear what I said? You think people are idiot? Or Una Jamaica alone as labor right are going like say Una idiot? You think people now read the Integrity Commission report and are looking to Holness and all of the things them and I go, what is going on in Jamaica? You think so them now read the Auditor General report them back at one another where I come out? You think they don't understand that there is a systematic failure going on in Jamaica under the Holness administration and the root cause of it is corruption? You think people are idiot that Una alone are going like say Una have no sense? Zine, what will the citizens do to get corrupt leaders out? Plenty chatting and discussion. What will Jamaicans do? Well, first of all, Olamar. Let me tell you something. You cannot force the donkey to drink. You can only bring the donkey to the well. So when you say, what will the people do? That question is not within the power of me or any one individual on the internet. We are doing our job. Our job is to highlight the inadequacies and point them out and, you know, hope that it sparks something into people's minds to look at the thing critically. You understand? And at that point, they will have to make a decision for themselves. Karen, big up yourself, mama. They will have to make a decision for themselves. Just like September 3rd, they got all. I mean, the PMP did everything they could to show them the vision that would benefit them, and people still took a box of KFC, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and voted for the other party or didn't vote for PMP. They sold their votes. So you can carry the donkey to the well, but you can't force the donkey to drink. Crystal, good afternoon. So here we are going now. You see what's going to happen, or what is happening? Jamaica is going to go through some really tough times. You understand? And it's not that we want Jamaica to be in a hardship. It's that because the people made a decision, right, to worship Holness God is going to intervene because this man is fear at this point. Win some, big up yourself. He's moving as Pharaoh. They are the untouchables, ladies and gentlemen. Untouchables. Right? The man have him friend in the FID as the FID head. Untouchable. Even him ask them, so what's going on with the case? One of the things that if the FID could have recused Andrew, one of the things that they would have recused him already with that guy at the head. The thing is so bad. Them can't explain that, doing that. The evidence is so alarming that they could not even try to do that. The perception of corruption and just deep levels of skullduggery from him personally as the head of the stream that is corrupt is so nasty. And then when you look around him, all his henchmen, the Darrell Vaz, the Christopher Tuck, all of them in a scandal. Darrell Vaz leave a business in some bare face. He might break the law and tell us, oh, I would do it again. I would do it again. And then Andrew Holness come out talking about the bureaucracy. And the bureaucracy is the reason why we haven't gotten things done the right way. Absolute madness. That's like a thief telling me, say, you know, so there's too much rules here. Loosen the rules, man. And I'll be able to steal more. That's all me hear. Why would you not want to have the accountability framework there? To make sure that your name can't call up. What go on last some? Right? Your name can't call up. Listen, I tell people all the while, we live in an age where you have cameras and all those things. I would rather be in an establishment, even in a smarty house, as long as the camera is in a bathroom or a private space. If me go in a smarty house, I don't mind if them have camera in. I don't even business if them have camera in them house. Because that's when me go in them house and them invite me, I'm not going to do anything nefarious. I'm not going to take up nothing that is not mine. So because I'm not a thief, I don't have a problem with cameras in the house unknown to me. If I go to an establishment, a place of business, I don't have a problem with cameras there. I'm glad to say camera there because nobody cannot accuse Bolo that Bolo did something that he didn't do. It's on tape. Rewind the tape. I don't have no problem with the tape because it's called accountability and I'm not a criminal. The only people that have problem with accountability is criminals, ladies and gentlemen. And you see, the JLP people have a problem with accountability. You see them at the WhatsApp. You see them last some have a problem with accountability. It is like an itch. Them allergic to it. So now Andrew Holness come out to expose himself. I don't know how anybody else see it, you know. But listen to Andrew Holness talk about bureaucracy. And tell me that this man did not just thoroughly expose himself as a corrupt individual. That's what I've come to the conclusion. Him so barefaced with it is like, where say, who is the person blocking the flow of true justice in Jamaica? This present government. Where's the Kroll report? Where's all the reports? Carla Ebanks, what's up? SSL. There's so much thing that has happened with this government is ridiculous. It's hard to keep track. Where are those? Darrell Vaz? Bobby Montague, where are the police cars that were purchased? Flight Green of the fertilizer then there. Where's the proof that you gave the farmers the fertilizer? Your ministry gave the farmers the fertilizer. Where's the proof? Where's the evidence that is clear and concise that would not implicate you guys into any type of corruption and stealing and robbing the Jamaican people? Where is the evidence of that? Nobody talk about market me. Nobody talk about the drill. Nobody talk about UHWI. I mean, why is CRH taking so long to finish? It's a repair, you know? It's a refurbishing, you know? And the price of the refurbishing has escalated from 2 billion to multiple of billions of dollars. Why you think Mrs. Donna Scott Mottley have nothing to do with this government? Nothing at all. Why would a well-thinking person want to be associated to be a sister party of the JLP when their reputation is marred in corruption? What can go so? Nothing can go so, people. Nothing can go so. Let me tell you that. Me say me never see nothing sweet, me say hold on there, but we have to rock out this. We have to rock out this little bit. Yes. Yes. Tell them, mama. Jamaica, them over there, so. And we over here, so. We can't mix with nasty behavior and corruption. Huh? And we are marching on. Give me some fire emojis, comrades. Fire emojis. And we are. I get back in spirit now. 2 times a march again. Get back in the spirit. Come on now, we got to feel back. We got to feel back. It's a second of it. We got to feel back. We got to feel back. Step in the endless. Step out of darkness. Step in the light. I mean, the people them now always say Hanover worse can't take it no more. Them worse can't take it no more, ladies and gentlemen. And if you no think say, I just PMP a ball out. Listen to this. Listen to this. Me no want to show it.
Me shame like a dog, Mr. Andrew do. Me a beg little help, sir. Please.
Yes.
The people them in my district a laugh at me. Say, look how much time me vote for you. 3 months gone and me still out to do. Oh God, Mr. Andrew, see what you can do for me if you take your shame out of me eye. Please, me I beg you, see it. I dirt with the pan, see it. See it. Look over me head, see it. A tarpaulin with the pan it dirt. Do help with sir.
So you see, even the labor right them a ball out. Black Beauty walk on. Even the labor right them a ball out. Even the labor right them a ball out, you know. Me not want to show it really bad. The lady depend dirt up tarpaulin, you know. You understand? You understand what I say? Even the labor. Oh, no treat Jamaican people bad, no wicked. The JLP. Who would I want to associate with them? Who would I want to so? But let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. There is a bright light shining on the horizon. Listen to this.
Not if Jamaica is to be changed, because we know Jamaica is being changed. Jamaica is being transformed.
Yes.
And by or before 2027, we will see a new Jamaica emerging. Not completely new, obviously, but there will be major turning points. One of them, finally,
Finally.
we will be led by a righteous prime minister.
Oh gosh, man, you hear that? By or before 2027, thus saith the Lord. Finally, Jamaica will be led by a righteous prime minister, a righteous leader.
And it might seem like a pipe dream. I'm smiling because those of us who are able to see in the realm of the spirit, we have some interesting developments coming this year that will trigger changes politically, which will take many by surprise, because there are those who think that they are around forever and they can stay as long as they want. We shall see what we shall see.
Andrew, you think you can stay around for as long as you want? Hey, yeah, mama, we shall see what we shall see.
That's all I'm going to say. We shall see what we shall see. So apart from the intensification of judgment, which will come in different ways, not just natural disasters, but God will also use external intervention in the affairs of Jamaica.
Extradition.
I'm going to say it one more time. God will use external interference in the affairs of Jamaica in order to set things right. Since we have leaders who think nobody like them, and they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices, we have a system of election where persons are to be duly elected, and they corrupt the system. So what God is going to do is going to use other means of displacing them. Watch and you will see. External intervention in addition to continued disasters of different types.
So they hear that prophetically, confirmation that the election was stolen by another man of God. You don't think say one man, all of them see it in the realm of the spirit. All of them. Right? Pastor always say God show the secrets of heart to his servants. Right? The other day, I think it was some weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, I was watching Colin Bell and Mr. The general from Portmore, the shadow minister for security, for national security, right? The man said, as a matter of fact, I'm playing. I think I have it. I think I have it. I think I have it on my TikTok. Hold on there. I think I have it on my TikTok. Bolo VNR. See? But this government is not a legitimate government. It's not a legitimate government. And God is going to take them down. Them could have deal, God is going to take them down. So all of the people whether they are still going to just be patient and wait upon the Lord, man. Because I know say the September 3rd frustrating me, you know. I say, boy, you know, Ray and Tia and ask, don't question God. God time and our time is different time. You understand? True. Do I have it? Mighty God, I don't have it. I thought I had that clip, man. Where am I talking about the illegitimacy of the Jamaican Labour Party? I don't have it. I'm going to find it though. But we are going march. We are going march. We are going march. Yes. We are blood and fire, comrades. Come up. Hey.
It makes any power to you because it now. You will see that you these people do that through the democratic process. And you see what your party and government will do to support the process. You soon get really. You are important. That's why you're looking at it. That's the way and now it's a good time being ahead of them coming into being so that we know what to expect.
You're not a part of the executive.
Correct. And we haven't gotten any answers to as yet either.
And where do we go from here as a nation?
Simple.
Because hold on, Fitz. If we just look at people who have been murdered by the gun, there is no 42% decline.
Our political leadership. It is the people with their leaders make those changes, pursue those changes, and cause them to come and to be. Look, I learned very early in my life, those who oppress you will not see power to you because you talk. They will only see power to you when you're going to act against them.
Yes. We're going to find the party
against JFK back then. What are your views on that?
The camera has been worn by the police. Many persons, including myself, expressed dismay, distress about what Mr. George Williams was subjected to and other persons in similar situations. I believe that if there were much sincerity, I like to pick numbers arbitrarily. It is a substantial number, but the man also experienced substantial deprivation.
Brought in over the last weekend the hierarchy of SSL, and they were given
the affected person indicated. It would seem like it's the approach to deal with evidence that is already there. The approach to those material, or is it new discoveries that have led to those actions? And then you see one lowly placed officer in SSL, and they can't lock up anybody, and the DPP can't prosecute anybody because they don't have the witness who are willing to come forward, though we know the act took place.
So why only one case in court right now?
Hey, see that? Right there, sir.
Right there,
sir.
Elected.
Right there, sir.
I said earlier on, I said elsewhere, those who have the authority that is used against the people is not discomforted by how much we speak. They are discomforted by what we do or seek to do. The only time they are discomforted by what you talk about is to the extent that that talk is going to lead to action. But so long as it don't lead to action, you can talk for as long as you want.
The people
have become a bit reluctant to talk.
The people of Jamaica say there is no better. I just saw the thing set.
No, Colin, don't bring that to me.
No,
don't bring that to me.
They said I just hold on, Fitz. Hold on. They said I just saw the thing set. No better, no there. And on December 3rd, they return a prime minister whose statutory filing has not been certified and who made 10 other people under investigation for illicit enrichment. So I just saw the thing set.
No, I saw the thing set by some people.
Listen
and those people are the minority. And the majority hugging it up. And want us to believe that it can be better.
Yes, true.
Because those who are benefit, there are people benefit from what's going on now, How this going on in the Colin.
I am sure.
And they don't want it to change.
Exactly.
The only people who want it to change is those who are displeased with it.
Exactly. When I make no money off
including those who will voice such discontent and disapproval. And some, unfortunately, become very mute about their displeasure. And I will submit that is the muteness and inactivity of that significant number of our people that contributes to the mediocrity and the thing set. Wait, what they talk about?
Yes, the people.
If we don't like what we want, we just
prepare for change it. Yeah.
Argument done.
Simple.
The government will tell you that September 3rd gone and the people acted.
No, let me say this. Maybe the first time I'm going to say it publicly.
Yes.
The government of the day, their legitimacy is in question.
Aye, mama.
What is
Mana.
The government of the day, their legitimacy is in question.
What you say?
The government of the day, their legitimacy is in question.
Talk of things, General.
The government of the day, their legitimacy is in question.
Everybody knows.
What you say?
What you say?
How so?
A legitimate government is one that is fairly elected.
Oh.
Without the active engagement to have people either express their will as they wish or deny to do it through other means.
Yes.
I'll say no more about that now. But I will tell you that many in the Jamaica Labour Party knows that.
Are you saying that they didn't win the election fair and square?
In many instances.
Aye.
Not in all seats.
Aye.
But in a lot, you are saying in more seats that would cost them to lose the election.
Yes.
Aye.
Colin.
Listen, Fitzjackson.
Jamaica is a small place.
Yes.
A small place. Everybody know one another.
Yes.
And if I don't know them directly, I know my friend who know them. Or my relative who know them.
Like I show up the live, guys.
As it applies to all of us.
Smash up the like button.
Right? So, you see, even our judicial system, you know, when you go to a court doesn't determine that somebody is innocent, you know. It more so determine whether you are guilty or not.
Oh.
Not guilty don't mean innocence, you know.
True.
Not guilty mean that enough evidence
was not presented.
To cause you to be convicted for what you are accused.
Yes.
We're talking to Fitzjackson, Shadow Minister of National Security, right here in Jamaica. You're listening to the Colin Bell Show, live on Carrion Radio, 97.9 HD4. Continue, Fitz.
Yeah. That's what a court does. So move from the court, the laws, the court system, to the bigger court in the public. Many things happen. And if the evidence and the witnesses are not coming forward to testify what they know of what take place, it doesn't mean it never take place.
Wow.
Even the police will tell you there are certain criminal acts that are committed and they can't lock up anybody. And the DPP can't prosecute anybody because you don't have the witness who are willing to come forward, though we know the act took place.
Exactly.
So why only one case in court right now?
Exactly.
Well, for the same reason.
Witness, they're not
people not coming forward. They tell you what happened, but they're not coming forward.
No.
Colin, that's level. If you induce John Brown to do something, and that inducement is in breach of the law, and that person is a beneficiary by virtue of the inducement,
why John Brown can't testify?
Right? But that inducement allow you to achieve what you want, and him achieve what he want, and that's what you give him in the form of the inducement.
Yes.
You think we're going to incriminate him?
No,
I'm not giving friend neither.
Yes.
Exactly. Not even give him freedom because he commit a breach too.
Yes. Right.
So let us stop.
Let's be real about it.
Games.
Let's be real about it.
Where is the evidence?
But with all of what we have heard, when you hear, me hear, where everybody hear, how then does the PNP win another election in Jamaica?
Always been election based on the conviction of the people.
Conviction of the people.
We have always been a people's
not
party.
Stealing.
From its inception to now.
Yes.
And it goes in waves from time to time.
Yes.
Our biggest power is the power of the people.
My God.
And that's the reason why we will continue to stay with the people, even in unfortunate situations like what happened on September 3rd last year.
Yes.
And we have other episodes like those in the past. It was not the first time. But we never left the people. We never resigned from our responsibility. And we won't resign now. Is it hard? Is it difficult? We have always faced many hard challenges. And we will face this.
But could it be though, MP Fitzjackson, that the Labour Party was doing something right? Here's murders down to all.
No, me not go so far in this. Me not go so far in this. Not go so far in it. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, microphone look a bit too high, let me turn it up. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to see that Mr. Fitzjackson, let it be known, brawling, as them would say, that there's an argument that this is an illegitimate government, right? Right? Them legitimacy is in question. Not true. And here we have the pastor. Listen what the pastor have to say about that same thing here, sir.
Intervention in the affairs of Jamaica. I'm going to say it one more time. God will use external interference in the affairs of Jamaica in order to set things right. Since we have leaders who think nobody like them, and they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices, nobody like them, and they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices, nobody like them, and they have put themselves in power through corrupt practices.
Mighty God.
We have a system of election where persons are to be duly elected, and they corrupt the system. So what God is going to do is going to use other means of displacing them. Watch and you will see.
Watch and you will see.
External intervention in addition to continued disasters of different types. So we shall see what we shall see. This is going to be a pivotal year which will pave the way for what will manifest in 2027. So we continue to pray the process through. This area went on into a lane yesterday. Not if Jamaica is to be changed, because we know Jamaica is being changed. Jamaica is being transformed. And by or before 2027, we will see a new Jamaica emerging. Not completely new, obviously, but there will be major turning points. One of them, finally, we will be led by a righteous Prime Minister.
Amen.
And it might seem like a pipe dream. I'm smiling because those of us who are able to see in the realm of the Spirit, we have some interesting developments coming this year that will trigger changes politically, which will take many by surprise, because there are those who think that they are around forever and they can stay as long as they want. We shall see what we shall see. That's all.
Yes, yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, boy, may I tell you, may I tell you, legitimacy in question. Wow. Wow. And you see, this is why the labor rights them is so upset, you know. This is why the labor rights them upset. Right? And of course, ladies and gentlemen, to add insult to injury, look what happened recently. Look what happened recently, ladies and gentlemen. Mighty God, listen to this. Eh? Listen to this. Well, why if you don't not play? Don't do me that. No, don't do me that. Why if you're not playing? The video should be playing, man. Let me. Oh, hold on. I know exactly what to do. I go up on TikTok. The TikTok off a play. Listen to this. Video not available. What? Oh, they not going. Oh, they don't take down the video. Let me find the video. I want to just see video on J Brian page a while ago. What them a deal with? J Brian, what them a deal with? What them a deal with J Brian? How video there? How video there? Now video this. Yes. Yeah, the video this. Alright. So make we play it now. Share the screen.
That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party.
Aye.
And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
Yes.
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention.
Yes.
That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party.
Yes.
And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
Yes.
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention.
Boy, Labour right on the field. One of the greatest political leaders in the Caribbean, if not the greatest. We're not talking with water in our mouth. Mottley is well respected in the global space. You understand? They might not agree with the position they must take because obviously people have them agenda, right? And she oftentimes stands against certain agendas, innit? But you cannot look at me and say to me that Mottley. You cannot look at me and say to me that Andrew Holness is held in higher regard and respect than Mottley. Uno no shame, Labour, right? Uno no shame. Oh God, man. Nobody no want to associate with you, brother. People have integrity no want to associate with the party. Leaders have integrity no want to associate with the party. The whole world knows so we never win September 3rd election legitimately. The whole world know that. That nothing now hide. That blatant and brawling. If you listen to a watchman like Will Rattigan, and you see him show you evidence on the day of multiple breaches that's supposed to have certain things recalled. You understand what I'm saying? But I digress. Listen to this, it even get worse. Labour rights. This is not phone a day.
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. So you get Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. Company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly.
Hold them.
So you get
Hold them. Hold them. Hold them. Hold them. Hold them. Hold them, Mama Mia.
Through the company Market Me.
Yes.
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me.
Talk to Ralph directly.
Yes.
So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
Mighty God. Mighty God. Don't talk to me. What the company name? Market Me. Eh? Jamaica. No, Jamaica. No. On the field. The Jamaica Labour Party has destroyed the reputation of the country. Destroyed the reputation of the country to the point where a leader like Mottley said, don't talk to me. What the company name Market Me. We're not taking no advice from them. Of how to go forward with our campaign or anything of that matter. The lady is washing her hands clean of anything to do with the Labour right them. Mighty God, what a disgrace. No apology. The lady said my hands are clean. I don't know, I don't want to get them muddy, man. What the company name Market Me? Ben Spunani, how you feel? How you feel? The perception of corruption, Ben Spunani. I know, for me, my integrity is important. I don't know about you. I couldn't live with myself. Knowing, say, and when I say I couldn't walk proudly then, let me say that because you know them stay, they might have read into that before. I couldn't walk proudly with my head high, knowing that the Market Me report came out from the Auditor General. And Christopher Tufton was so barefaced in the matter, acting as if, and she too. Oh, you know, it exonerates me and it shows that I didn't do anything wrong. What? If you never do nothing wrong, me and Mottley would have want to use Market Me. The perception of corruption. Let's play that again. What a nasty, filthy cesspool reputation. My God.
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me.
Oi.
Through the company Market Me.
Yes.
Don't company Market Me. Company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
You see, this is what happens when corruption spreads its wings. Yeah, man. Them too enough. Them too enough. When them come with them propaganda and I try to tear them other party, you think everybody are the same? You know, damn out of order. You know, too enough. I come try mix up me and Mottley. You know, say me and Mottley and Mrs. Donna Scott Mottley are family. Huh? Class! What you talking about? Class! Don't mix we up. We are not the same. You hear that? Don't come over here so we do nothing. Phone thing, our thing. Them over there so, we over here so. When you sit down and start Mottley, I walk in a certain spaces and Andrew did it. It's a diploma. You don't know what diplomacy is? You don't know what diplomacy is? It doesn't mean that we're friends. It doesn't mean that we hold the same ideologies politically. When you see me and Mottley go on UN and speak about the issues them plaguing the Caribbean, and actually she spoke out against Israel and the genocide that is happening there, and Holness never do that. We are not the same. She speak against human rights violations. That's why them are the sister party with the PNP, because them have the same ideals and how them look on the world and geopolitics. So don't come mix Mama Mia, Mottley. We are not the same.
That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party.
Yes.
And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
No, we're not.
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention.
People who hear that, me and Mottley, I make them know, say, we not turn coat. You understand what one Empress them? We not turn coat. Our friends for life. Now look your wife. You understand? Shun is, what am I deal with? After we don't associate yourself with no corruption. Man, pick up me and Mottley, man. Let me tell you something. You know what I rap with me and Mottley out here, what I'm going to talk about. You know what, come mix up the thing and you know, no antecedents not good, Labour, right? No party antecedents not good. No party has been linked to all different types of criminality. From in the shower, I want to still talk about shower Labour right same way. You understand? The gang with it, they are foreign and are going with itself. You know, see the report them when they out there. No antecedents not good. Which well-thinking, law-abiding citizen would have want to associate themselves with a Labour Party? When you can still see where they call it now, you can still see the roots of them all past in the party right now. Who would have want to associate themselves with them? Holness said Jamaica turn narco state according to Joe Biden. What do you mean listen to Mr. Wayne knows I'm missing put up the article. Jamaica turn a narco state. Joe Biden called Jamaica the amount of cocaine we have come through Jamaica. Right? Who would have want to associate themselves with that? And that is a ruling party. And that for them party, the most of them label us as a narco state, you know. So you see, them say them a fight crime, you know, but them not fight the right crime. I want to know if you think about that. That's why me and Mottley have to disassociate ourselves, brother. Don't get it twisted. We are not the same one over there, so, and we over here, so. Straight. I mean, now we now mix. Because when they look at the Jamaica Labour Party, they look at them have no intention of changing. All them do are try to cover up them nastiness. Them not take no accountability for nothing. You feel me I deal with? I know we don't know who is the owner of the M-Tech or Med-Tech we buy the drill. I know we don't know what the owner is. What do you have me ear say for me listen to Anissa Belrose, because Anissa Belrose. What do you have me ear she put out her information say the brother when I hold the that was acting as the face of Medtech in terms of owning it, right? He was holding it, the lawyer. Right now, I'm not have nothing to do with it now. According to the information, innit? So I know we don't know who own Medtech, and the drill is a big scandal. People forgot prison for that. You feel what I say? So yeah, man, big up Mrs. Me and Mottley. I understand me I deal with this. Big up Mrs. Dana Scott Mottley. You know what I mean? Yeah. Don't mix the thing. Don't do that. She not do market me, bro. She not take advice from market me. Ben Spunani, no, you're not gonna work out. No matter what you do. No well-thinking person now look down it 2 times. On the reputation, man. Good. Everybody see it for what it is. No matter how they want to spin it, people can think for themselves. Everybody sees that for what it is. It was wrong. It was wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Or it is wrong. Not was. It is wrong. That situation. But let me know what you guys think. Like, share, and subscribe. No man, we didn't have record that a while ago. Let's go back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back. Is there any other clips of me and Mottley? Me want the other clip them of me and Mottley. Is there any other clips? Mighty God. No, we have to drop the song one more time. We have to drop the song one more time. Yes. Jamaica free. We are gold and fire, gold
I don't remember no my son. I don't know what it tell me. I don't know what it tell me. Don't say about it now. Wait, I will give
Ease out. Ease out. Ladies and gentlemen, the article I'm have to read. Can you see? Remember Market Me come up, you know. Dr. Tufton must now bring in Audrey Hinchcliffe's MMS to restore confidence in Jamaica hospital cleanliness. Zine, make we hear what they say, I say. Mr. Ben Spoonani. Hear what they say, I say.
Minister of Health Dr. Christopher Tufton is enduring a torrid time, and the way he is managing his portfolio is coming under scrutiny. Procurement irregularities at the University Hospital of the West Indies, UHWI, missing dialysis machines, deplorable working conditions at Cornwall Regional Hospital, the dilapidated state of Mandeville Hospital and the overcrowding there, a staffing crisis at Sam Lamar Hospital, and it goes on. It has been said that Dr. Tufton's detractors and certain agents in the media are conspiring to besmirch the Minister of Health. Some say it is all politically motivated by both PNP operatives and members of Dr. Tufton's own party looking to knock him off the pecking order to become the next leader of the JLP.
What? Man, what kind of nonsense this? Yeah, let's go to the other part here, so because I don't know what kind of crap them attack. Then the narrative, they are foolish this way.
JLP. External view of the Cornwall Regional Hospital in Montego Bay, St. James. That's not the issue.
Exactly.
The healthcare system in Jamaica has become a national cause for concern.
Exactly.
And many bemoan the poor quality of service and the sanitary conditions at many of the hospitals.
Of course.
It is wrong to conjoin Dr. Tufton to instances of corruption and unethical practices at UHWI and other hospitals. There is no evidence that he partook in malfeasance. The responsibility for the hospitals ultimately lies with him, hence the hot water he finds himself in. Dr. Tufton did a good job managing the COVID crisis, and his stock rose as a result. He deserved the plaudits, but now the tide has turned. He sets the policy for Jamaica's healthcare system and reports into the private.
I'm glad the article said that, because you see, there's a thing that I find with the Jamaica Labour Party and their supporters. At one point, they always want to take the credit, but when it's time for them to be held accountable for what is going wrong, then blame the PNP. I cannot for the life of me understand how do you take credit for things running well. All right, look at Floyd Green. Look at Christopher Tufton's situation with Auditor General. Them is pointing finger at everybody else but them. There's no accountability. And I'm saying, if it's a case where you are that type of leader, I don't want you to lead anything for me. The leader is supposed to take full responsibility for what is happening in his house. So in the house of the Ministry of Agriculture, Floyd Green should take full responsibility. So say for instance, something came up in terms of, oh my God, there's so many things here. Patrick, how you doing? Florence, I didn't see these comments. Good day. NC Jam WI said, big up me and Mottley, but I'm still waiting to hear Golding call the situation, you know, Palestine, a genocide too. Oh no, you obviously missed it. You obviously missed that. You are the position of the People's National Party where Israel is concerned is very, very clear. When you see somebody, a head representative, put out something about that, it's coming from Mark Golding. Mark Golding has to sign off on that. It's not going to just come out. The position of the party is an agreed position in terms of the messaging that is put out on the platforms. Desi, how you doing? Big up yourself. So she has seen. I just seen these comments, sorry. No, what I'm saying is, the People's National Party put out a statement about Israel and the UN. We can't dig up that right now, but they did, and I'm telling you that that statement, that is a joint statement for the entire party. That means Mark Golding is holding the same position, because if he didn't, them couldn't put it out. They have been very clear about that. In calling it for what it is, they have been very clear about that. Very, very clear. I don't know where you have been, but they have been very clear about that. All right? No, it's not about, well, you didn't hear it because you now follow up them page. You now follow up them page. They were very clear about that. See? They now say genocide, the human rights violations. They're not say human rights violation is similar to genocide. They did say it, man. I read it. But anyway, and I listened to it. Sorry. Let's continue. So, yes, I was saying that the Jamaica Labour Party wants to take credit where credit is due. Right? In terms of their eyes. But if you can't take credit for things running well, when things go bad, why you want to run? Why you want to go and blame and point fingers at everybody else? Floyd Green did it. Christopher Tufton did it. And when they can't blame somebody, they reject the Auditor General's findings and go, oh, I reject it and I didn't do anything wrong. But even if I did something wrong, then whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. This is what the people are doing. Right? Why am I tell us that, yo, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I don't know how people vote for these people. I don't.
Prime Minister, what has now befallen him is a failure of operational management due in the main to the lack of professionalism and low standards that bedevil Jamaica. Dr. Tufton is now paying the price for this. Permanent Secretary and the CEOs and the Permanent Secretary have not taken responsibility for the state of Jamaican hospitals. They have accepted no culpability. They defer to Minister Tufton and have left him to remove the arrows planted in his chest. They have not joined the party of misery. They have opted not to share Dr. Tufton's burden. These operational failures are symptomatic of what is happening in Jamaica people who are given high positions, but have no aptitude for the job. Many cite educational type.
But who gave them the position? Christopher Tufton. Christopher Tufton, the two key individuals at the UHWI. Christopher Tufton is the one that did that. He has to take full responsibility for the failures of the UHWI. Full responsibility, not even half, full. Because if he did not interfere in the board's procedure that they were encountering and getting a professional from overseas that was well versed and experienced in fixing the problems at the UHWI, but they did not go with her, the lady from the UK. The lady come all the way to Jamaica and they deal with her like she a crap. As a matter of fact, anybody in the UK know this lady? Please reach out to her. I would love to have an interview with her about the situation. Alright? I would love to have an interview with her about the situation. We can do StreamYard. You understand? If she do StreamYard, she can call me directly if she want to call me directly. You understand? But either way, we need to have a conversation with this lady. I need to know what is her exact experience with Christopher Tufton when they met. I want to know the exact experience with the people on the UHWI side. And what was she told why she flew all the way to Jamaica, fully qualified for the job and was not given the job. But the sitting person that was acting, that is not qualified, that is allegedly Christopher Tufton, friend from Manchester High School, get the job. Yes, I want to know these things. I want to know. I want to know.
Titles and have letters before and after their name, but couldn't manage their way out of a matchbox. Standards are woefully low, and top executives and managers do not take the approach that there is a level where we will never go below. They have very little regard for the expectations of Jamaicans and get away with incompetence time and time again.
That part, they get away with incompetence time and time again. It's not the first. I hear there's something going on. So why are they still there even though people within the UHWI has been putting out letters? They knew about the problem. The doctors and nurses have been reporting, the students have been reporting, and nothing changed. Right? They were run a dictatorship because they know them untouchable because they are friends with the right people in government. In it, allegedly, I think I snap.
Christopher Tufton has said performances will improve at Cornwall Regional Hospital and that he has appointed a committee headed by Howard Mitchell to look into the scandal that took place at UHWI.
You see, that is such a farce. They know there's no need for a committee. The issues are already there, and it was known from months ago. There's a report, and also recommendations on how to fix it is already there. They don't want to fix it, Jamaica. They want us to forget. And I'm going to remind you guys for the next 4 months about this thing here at the UHWI. We're not coming off of it. It's not going to be a 9-day wonder. From time to time, we're going to touch on this topic. You understand? Because people are still suffering at the UHWI. Still suffering because of the conditions. The conditions have not changed since them talk about them have committee and all them something there. The same people them in a position. There hasn't been no real shake up. You get me? No real shake up, guys. This article is a bit
That is positive,
passive, though.
but he must now preside over significant changes in Jamaica's hospitals and bring in professionals who know what they are doing. He cannot depend on the current crop. They will spell his doom and are a danger to the health of the nation.
So they are trying, this article is trying to tell Christopher Tufton to save himself. But he's a part of the problem. He have to resign. He have to resign. He must resign, ladies and gentlemen, or he will be removed by God. One out of the two. Can't work. You know what people, you know what Pitney died under this man's watch? Over the last 2.5 years in hospitals. And they fired Mr. Ferguson for less. Please remember that.
Literal. He has appointed a committee headed by Howard Mitchell to look into the scandal that took place. Where to start? Hire Manpower and Maintenance Services Limited, MMS, to take care of the cleaning and sanitary needs of all public hospitals. Jamaicans should not have to endure rat-infested, dirty hospitals when they are sick. External view of
a... Hey, it's a nasty situation with this government, rat-infested hospitals. Mighty God. No, man.
A section of the Kingston Public Hospital in the Jamaican capital. Dr. Tufton must lean on the experience of MMS founder Audrey Hinchcliffe's experience. She has honed her professionalism in the Caribbean and in the United States and can bring considerable know-how to this mission. The Minister of Health can rest assured the job will get done with Audrey Hinchcliffe and that healthcare workers will not have to work in filthy conditions. Jamaican hospitals have a problem with supervisory management services and, after Hurricane Melissa, disaster recovery solutions. Dr. Tufton has said that the natural disaster has placed a strain on hospitals. He now has to bring in tested expertise. File photo, Health Minister Christopher Tufton during the 2025 general election debate on the economy on Tuesday, August 26, 2020. IND the money and pay them, get it done. There isn't a moment to lose. Find the money and pay them, get it done. There isn't a moment to lose. Sit down with Audrey Hinchcliffe and come up with a plan. Hinchcliffe is the doyen of public health management services.
So this article is promoting this. How are you doing, Matthew? This article is promoting Audrey Hinchcliffe to actually deal with the situation in the hospitals in regards to the cleaning of the hospitals and getting out the rats and stuff like that. Very interesting. Come like she have some high recommendations. Them really lauding her for the position. Will he do it though? Will he find the money? Will they find the money? Or will they wait until the review? Meanwhile, things are happening how it's happening. Man, I tell you, boy.
A line has to be drawn in the sand now. A hospital should always be clean and well kept.
True.
It shouldn't be a breeding ground for diseases and maladies. In an article she wrote back in 2022, entitled Healthcare at the Crossroads, she said, "Prevention is better than cure." Simply, it is better to stop something bad from happening than it is to deal with it after it has happened.
Yes.
It is cheaper to prevent future illnesses, and prevent complications from existing conditions are vital to the future sustainability of health systems. In other words, act now to prevent disaster and further detrimental occurrences. Audrey Hinchcliffe. Hinchcliffe added, "Crossroads have signs. The question is where you are going. Any road won't lead you there. You must know which one to take that will get you there, that destination, that there is healthcare outcomes. Minister Tufton must prioritize the dignity of patients."
True.
The optics off patients waiting for medical care for hours in wheelchairs, people on beach chairs, and overcrowding is shocking and cannot be dismissed. Both the president of the Nurses Association of Jamaica, Dawn Marie Richards, and the president of the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association, Dr. Renee Badrow, have made mention of this. The dignity of medical practitioners must also be paid attention to. It is worrisome to hear stories of doctors having to buy their own equipment, such as forceps, because they are not provided with the tools needed. Then again, some top doctors use favored equipment and in some instances have it customized.
Wanna see how bad it is? You guys see how terrible it is? The realities and the healthcare system? Mighty God, like, not now work, brother.
Customized.
Not now working.
Jamaica's healthcare infrastructure and operations are at a crossroads, and the buck stops with the minister.
Of course.
He must act diligently. He has rejected blame for the UHWI procurement breaches, yet many hold him ultimately responsible for the mess. He has said he is actively working to address the issues outlined in the Auditor General's report. Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis, photo. Auditor General's Department. Jamaica has top-class healthcare professionals plying their trade across the world. Perhaps it might behoove Dr. Tufton to seek out these skilled healthcare professionals to come back home and help, but he will have to pay them commensurate with the salaries they are currently getting.
Hey.
He can't play political games, appeal to patriotism, and make it solely about national contribution.
Hey.
Nobody wants to take a backward step in life. This will mean getting the Minister of Finance to come up with the required funding. If Jamaica is serious about getting to developed world status by 2030, then it needs a far better healthcare system than currently exists. Many Jamaicans who have lived abroad for decades want to return to the land of their birth in their golden years. To do so, they will require adequate healthcare and access to medicine. Pensioners from the US, UK, and Canada will be reluctant to settle in Jamaica if the hospitals and medical facilities are shoddy, inadequate, and dirty. They don't want to go from first world to third world in relation to their healthcare requirements. File photo, Minister of Health and Wellness Dr. Christopher Tufton makes his contribution to the 2025 to 26 sectoral debate. Then there is tourism, a key driver of Jamaica's economy. The U.S. has already issued an advisory citing Jamaica's poor healthcare facilities. Managing physician Dr. Philip Leet, formerly of Duke University, said in New York, Jamaica is a top Caribbean destination for Americans, but now there are questions about the quality of its medical facilities. The U.S. government will not want Americans trapped in a country unable to receive adequate health care. They would be better off in Hawaii, U.S. Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Dominican Republic, or Europe. Jamaica must address this problem because Americans are exacting about the quality of the health care they receive. There is no point having a beautiful country but lousy hospitals which are rat-infested. That would be repugnant to Americans and would repulse them. I'm sure Dr. Tufton is aware that Jamaica's healthcare standards vary drastically from U.S. standards and will be looking for remedies to the major problems that he has to contend with.
Thank you, Matthew.
Right now, Jamaican hospitals are undersourced and cannot provide specialist care at internationally recognized standards. What Dr. Tufton must do now is focus on operational standards and bring in top professionals that report directly to him. The Ministry of Health and Wellness Standards and Regulations Division has not said a word about the current state of Jamaican hospitals and their quality of service. It has not come out to support their minister, leaving him to the wolves. A better look must be taken at hospital management, infrastructure, financing, equipment, staffing levels, technology, and service delivery. Who is responsible for oversight and accountability? Can the right team be put together to examine the issues raised at Cornwall Regional Hospital, the University Hospital of the West Indies, and other medical facilities across the island? What preventative measures can be taken both in the short and long term? Audrey Hinchcliffe, Dr. Christopher Tufton Hospital's Manpower and Maintenance Services Limited. Comments. What to read next? Have your say, JM February.
All right. So, we see an article in here that says, trash the rules then. I am trying to open this article, ladies and gentlemen. And for the life of me, and you know, so I'm going to open it. Let me go to my browser. I need to read this. Because this is in reaction to what Mommy, that's very low. But I know your phone's so low, it reach over here, you know? Load. The urgency imposed by post-storm relief, notwithstanding there was nothing inevitable about the breach of the government's procurement rules as identified by the Auditor General in her real-time view of some of the government's purchases after Hurricane Melissa. If anything, Pamela Monroe audit revealed the 3 facts. 1. The public bureaucracy seems immune to learning from history, so consistently does the same thing with predictable bad outcomes. The public bureaucracy seems immune to learning from history, so consistently does the same thing with predictably bad outcomes. That at the time, and 2, that at the time of Hurricane Melissa, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ADPEM, had so lost its way as to be confused about its role, and that its operating accountability system were badly broken or severely thrashed. That, and 3, that the clear and deliberate crafted lines between and civil service had become blurred or intentionally trampled upon. Wow. Wow. Those are some some footnotes right there for you. The result is a diminution of national accountability and the opening of space for people with malintent. What did I say to you guys? The way how these people are operating, it opens up the room for thieves to operate, ladies and gentlemen. No accountability. It's untraceable, the corruption and the theft that is happening under the Jamaica Labour Party. The way how they are going about things. Your word can't track nothing. You understand? Clean scamming happening. Well, almost clean. Right? Almost clean. So it says here that that this may not have happened in present case is beyond the point. There is no disclaiming the severity of Hurricane Melissa, a category 5 storm that slammed into western Jamaica and the emergency situation it created. The hurricane caused nearly $9 billion in damages and left several thousands of people homeless and several disrupted telecommunication systems in the western third of the island. In these circumstances, the government had to act quickly to provide emergency relief, which is also meant having the capacity to communicate in the affected region. With respect to the latter, the communications component, the government spent $12.12 million to purchase 200 kits to provide internet connection via Starlink, the low latency satellite network owned by Elon Musk, SpaceX procurement, while ADPEM paid for the devices. Having been directed to do so, the procurement was not initiated by that agency. That was done by the Energy and Technology Minister, Daryl Vaz, acting in his capacity as co-chair of the Hurricane Relief and Recovery Oversight Committee, RO. You remember when them say them put Blackboard and Vaz in that position purposefully? Fidua. You remember when them said that? You remember the conversation? Yes. Big up at Half Press. Mr. Vaz letter to ADPEM instructing it to pay was 2 days after the date of the supplier's invoice. Mighty God. A day before the delivery of the device to the police for distribution. It was 5 days after the delivery of the goods that ADPEM played catch up by preparing internal procurement documentation for the purchase, said Auditor General. The engagement of the supplier by the minister breached Section 20 of the Public Procurement Act, which placed direct responsibility for all procurement activities on the head of the procuring entity. This means that only the accountability officer or the head of the entity is legally empowered to initiate procurement, and there is no provision in law which allows the minister or co-chair of the ROOC to approve the initiate commitment, select supplier, or give directives to the ADPEM for payments. Ladies and gentlemen, Daryl Vaz is wrong. Daryl Vaz did breach the law. Point blank period. And then him said, Mr. Vaz said he would do it again. There is no sound reason for the division, the assignment of policy to elected officials, and the day-to-day management of the affairs of the government is the purview of the permanent civil service. Elected leaders have democratic accountability to the national constituency via the parliament for the policy implementation by government. But the permanent political neutral civil service ensures administrative continuity even when political administrations change. The implementation of the policies of the government of the day. They implement the policies of the government of the day. However, the accounting officer, usually the permanent secretary or head of department, is responsible for the legal and within the framework established by Parliament. Ethical use of taxpayers' resources. They can be personally held to account if they breach this fiduciary obligation, which is why if a minister insists on overriding the accounting officer's considered advice, the officer can request the minister formal instruction in writing before implementing policy directive. Potential for corruption. When these systems falter, the potential for corruption rises, including the partisan allocation of state resources. While Mr. Vaz may have acted with good intention by bypassing established procurement rules, he perverted a system to which he was obligated to adhere. Want to hear that? In a different circumstance, without being able to plead the urgency of a hurricane, another minister might have empowered Mr. Vaz's example, might feel empowered by Mr. Vaz's example. Want to hear that? So in a different circumstance, without Hurricane Melissa, somebody else had to say, but Daryl Vaz do it, so me can do it too. Dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. And then Andrew only stand behind Daryl Vaz in this. You see what we are leading down to? We are leading down a slippery slope. We are leading down a slope of eroding all the rules and bypassing all the rules. Only thief alone me know do that. Only thief alone me know bypass rules and go around rules. That is there to protect the people them interests and value for money. Moreover, a technical, sound, credible and effective disaster relief management agency ought to have been aware of its telecommunication requirements in the aftermath of the hurricane without the prodding intervention of the co-chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically what the person is saying is that wouldn't the ADPEM know the deficiencies, if there's any, about how much of these Starlink they would need? Them get 700. And again, I say, ladies and gentlemen, some of those Starlinks for them buy, put on and use, that means that them never did need them. The majority of them put on not being used. And where is the evidence of the 700 and where they actually go? Do we have that? The person say right here, moreover, the technical, sound, credible and effective disaster relief management agency ought to have been aware of its telecommunication requirements in the aftermath of the hurricane without prodding intervention of the co-chair and the ad hoc committee. Important though it is. Further, it beggars the imagination. What time would have been lost if ADPEM had, as required by law, utilized the flexibility allowed in the emergency, initiated its own procurement rather than depending on Minister Vaz's initiative? Very good question. What was the urgency for Daryl Vaz? Why was it so important to break the rules and break the law and not do it the right way? How much time it would have taken for them to do it the right way? That is what the person is asking. And I'm telling you, the more and more we, the Jamaican people, allow the Jamaica Labour Party to give us excuses as to why they break the law of procurement and justify it. I'm telling you guys are going to be very sorry. If you're not sorry already, you're going to be very sorry that you, the Jamaican, them, we are supporting it. You're going to be very sorry. It's going to come around and bite you. Ain't no doubt about it. There are important questions too about who holds these taxpayer-owned assets, to what use they are being put, and by whom. Up to early January, the Auditor General found 60%, 120 Starlink devices have been distributed to 17 agencies. 13 of those agencies provided information on 86 of the devices. A verification exercise on 8 of the agencies revealed that 41 issued to them were unused and kept in storage. Put another way, a third of those 86 kits were in mothballs. Additionally, the report noted that 5 entities did not record the Starlink devices, raising concerns, right, regarding accountability, safeguard of government and Jamaica's own assets. The audit found too that ADPEM operated a seemingly dysfunctional inventory system. So imagine them don't have a functional inventory system. How can you say, all right, the Starlink, what do you call it now? The serial number upon the Starlink is this, and it's sent to this, and then we can track. You see, oh, this is the one, see the serial number there. Potential for criminality skyrocket, ladies and gentlemen. The scramble, them still are scrambling. You remember when Andrew said we're scrambling, they're still scrambling. And in the scramble, people where thief can grab. We are called a spade a spade. In the scramble, people where thief can grab in the confusion. And right now, it's confusion at ADPEM. While Andrew want to say him did see gaps. And him have carried in the office of the Prime Minister to fix the gap them. And the gap them are get bigger. The gaps are getting bigger, guys. The audit found too that ADPEM operates seemingly dysfunctional inventory system, so that in addition to the Starlink devices, nearly Jamaican 60 million of good purchase in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Melissa were not included in ADPEM inventory record. The shame of these findings is that they are not deja vu. That means it's not the first. We have been here before many times. So you see, what we're hearing and seeing, this is a recurring thing. The problem isn't burdensome procurement rules. It isn't. It isn't. The problem is the man them don't want to do the job them supposed to do the right way. That is the problem. This is a wonderful article. The problem isn't the burdensome procurement, ladies and gentlemen. This is a wonderful article. So when you hear Dial Vars coming to chastise and put down, when you hear Andrew is coming to put down the bureaucracy, I'm telling you, mark that down and never forget it, because they're like I share the video with 10 people. You see me? So we can get 500 people to watch, because we're not doing it now. We are going ahead. Zane, let me see, let me copy this. To the name Sunday Marathon. Let me copy this. If you know what me, I'm copy. That story is serious, ladies and gentlemen. This is another story about scamming, fraud, and identity manipulation. What is going on in Jamaica? I'm going to go to the details. Mighty God. I'm going to the details, guys. Alright, so it'll take a while to open this. I'm going to open it here. So. Going on the browser. Let me go in the browser. So. Kevin said, blessed, good evening. Good evening, good evening. Blessings, blessings, blessings.
Hello, I'm Damian Mitchell. Lobby. in Parliament with a Minister of Government was openly.
So Andrew Holness defend Daryl Vaz and I talk about bureaucracy. It's too much procurement rules on him something. Hey, I listen to him myself. Now stop play this.
We don't feel comfortable sitting in Parliament with a Minister of Government was openly accepting responsibility, who expresses no regret for the act, where a Commissioner of Parliament has confirmed that the act is corrupt and has referred it for prosecution, and that Minister shows no sign of wanting to resign, or the Prime Minister showing no signs of moving to dismiss the Minister.
With all the sympathy that one can have for support, this is embarrassing, not only to the government as a party, not only the PNP, but to the government, to Jamaica, to all of us. Our heads bow this morning with this sort of reaction.
So we have to take firm actions in this regard. It is a dark day for Jamaica.
You hear that?
Where the Prime Minister is unwilling or afraid to act against a minister in which the public has lost total confidence and in which the institutions of the society are all agree that this person does not enjoy their trust or faith and has breached the confidence that the people have placed in them. I believe that this has the potential, if it continues, to bring down the entire government.
Wow. Wow.
Hello, I'm Damian Mitchell. Lobby Group Jamaican suggested.
Imagine Mr. Hassan situation could take down the entire government. What's up, Jay, the chosen one? Big up. New York in our building. New York, New York.
Welcome back to Primetime News. Special welcome to the folks watching on onespotmedia.com. Up first this evening, after weeks of delay, the Integrity Commission today published the Prime Minister's statutory declarations. This after calls from the opposition People's National Party as well as National Integrity Action. But what do the declarations show? More in this report.
I'm hopeful that before the week is out, the Integrity Commission will make public my declarations. If not, I will have to possibly do it myself.
That promise from Prime Minister Andrew Holness on Wednesday, but on a Friday, the Integrity Commission ensured he did not have to publish his own statutory declaration. A summary of the Prime Minister, his wife and their children's assets, liabilities and income at the end of 2018 was gazetted. It shows Mr. Holness, his wife and the children earned just over $15.5 million last year. Other income totaling $8,000 or just over 1 million Jamaican dollars was also reported. On the asset side, the family fared better. The summary declaration shows that the Holness family owned assets to the tune of $161 million. The breakdown was reported as follows. Savings account had money totaling $1 million, and the current accounts the family held had a total balance of under $16.4 million. Investment securities valued more than $10 million, while real estate was valued at $7 million. The bulk of the assets, though, $125 million in all, were categorized as real estate, mortgages, receivables, and business investments. The rest, $435,000, was reported as monies to be collected. On the other hand, the family only owed $22 million. $20 million of that was classified as other accounts payable, while the rest, less than $2 million, was a mortgage. Mr. Holness and the family owed nothing in the US dollars, but had a US dollar saving accounts with $28,000 or 3.8 million Jamaican dollars. The figures outlined are for the Prime Minister's statutory declaration for 2018. TVJ News could not ascertain if the declarations for 2017 were cleared. Members of the Integrity Commission said they could not comment on the matter and even pointed out that the law requiring a summary of the filings to be published only took effect last year and it does not cover the 2017 declarations.
Dark clouded over Andrew for a long time. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a 2019, you know. This article here says it's not normal. A man alleged using a fictitious identity got a total of 352 million in mortgage loans from 4 financial institutions over a month period in 2024. What is going on in Jamaica? What the hell is going on in Jamaica? Let me read that again. A man allegedly using a fictitious identity got a total of 352 million in mortgage loans from 4 financial institutions over a month period in a 20. Talk about top chopper. If you can scam 4 banking institutions in a 1 month of $352 million, mighty God. Who is this person's friends? Who this a somebody are connected with? Would I like to know their name? Cause I can't normal chopping this, no man. This is a normal scamming in Jamaica. Zine, the proprietor or a privately owned firm have charged in a lawsuit. The loans were made. Hold on, I don't know that already. No man, what the box go on? So the man no, me need to read the article here in a Jesus name. I don't need to stop it. Stop, block the article then, brother. Me need to read a full article here. Sure man. It look like I've got to send the article here to somebody, make them screenshot the part where, because the article can't done already. That was the first part. No, I need to know the details of this article here. Hold on there, man. Let me copy that link here. I'll send it to Annie Isabel Rose. I'll ask her if she can open it for me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call her. This is so serious, Jamaica. It can't, I don't know joking this. This is not normal. This is not normal at all, ladies and gentlemen. No, sir. $350 million in a 1 month? Them are people them scam for a living. They don't plan for work no normal job. Under them the circumstances. Let me call on Isabel Rose and see if she available. No look like she available at all. You look like she there at work. Anissa, I don't know if you're there at work or what, but that article there. I try to open it up, but on my end, now give me the opportunity. I wonder if you have like some subscription with them or something, could I open it and screenshot it. Let me see the full article, because the article has sound very, very interesting and serious. Let me see if I write numbers. I'm not if I write number, of course. Try again. Alright. Just say not available, I guess. Should be alright. I'm gonna try at all 5 press. I'm gonna try. Try people in my group and see if they can help me out. In the meantime, we go to the next article. I want to read the article in, man. Police seeking men after AR-15 and ammunition seized in Poppy in St. Andrew. Not even this article I didn't want to read. Let's see if we can find the Observer. If the Observer have them by Twitter. Twitter.com.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, we not say nothing. We make them go and do what them do. Because we're not afraid of them, and we're not afraid of them more when they try come in. And if we come make we look like we're idiots, we know and we're unstoppable. Hello, darling, that's me. I'm on live with the other phone. I noticed you were calling me. I saw the picture came in, so I guess that's your payment. Yeah, man, I'm going to be using another account, but I won't issue that one until next month. So thank you very much. Okay, honey? And everything all right down there? All right, my darling. Have a good one, all right? All right, cool. Thank you, baby. We are unstoppable. Them can't stop us from doing what we want, and them can't stop us from talk. Them only can come try interrupt we. Nothing else. Come over here with no foolishness like when you think say nobody business with you, anybody care. They're going to try everything. Everything they're going to try.
People, did you know some 5.5 earthquake in Cuba? 5.5 earthquake in Cuba. Right? Sections of Cuba were rocked by a magnitude 5.5 earthquake early Sunday. The earthquake, which was centered offshore, about 34 kilometers from Imias, Cuba, was also felt in parts of Haiti and the Bahamas. Right? It had a depth of 15 kilometers. Guys, these things we have to be concerned about this, you know, because some suddenlies is coming weather-wise, prophetically, and it's the one them where them not gonna be able to pick up. Those are the ones that are gonna be dangerous to our safety. So we have to pray and ask God to cover it. Internal seismic agencies said the quake was initially measured at 5.9 before being revised to 5.5. Wow. Wow. Oh, God. No, man, we need to read the article, man. Come on, man. What you watch, mommy? That was what, earlier today? Huh? Oh, you can condemn him when what? Yeah, it kinda weird. Kinda weird, me not tell no lie when it comes to Mr. Philip Powell. Kinda weird. In closeness to that.
When it's right. Weird, you know? So make them stay there.
But I don't really talk about it still.
Let them stay there.
The island is going.
You don't see smoke without fire, and the amount of smoke we have blow over the Jamaica Labour Party. We know see a whole heap of sand them a throw over there for the fire and blaze up. So we not worry about them, none at all. We not worry.
How trouble something? Let me see.
You know, some man just run pan here a while ago. You can't go check for me again. Guys, come here begging us 60 with the year now. You go over Instagram for me. Tap on the link is in my bio and go over there, go like my grandson picture, make him stay in the link.
I go live on the phone and check with what's your name? London 45, so I'm going. I go check it. Phone now charge, you know. Brand new Jamaica, and I got buyer before 2027, ladies and gentlemen. That's what me a bank pan. No look a joke about it.
Oh my God, look here, my man just run on here, I just text you, My man just run on here a while ago and said, "Mega telephone check for me." 945, Jesus Christ. Guys, when I'm going over there, please go over Instagram, go follow Good to Grow at Good to Grow JA and like my grandson picture. Please, Ishmael name, guys. With the 945, that nobody, yo. Guys, to me, I'm gonna go on over there, I could get 1,000, no? Guys, I'm go on over there, I get 1,000, though. We have to do God work. He gave you the wisdom. Don't stop. Yeah, man. Without him, nothing would be possible. But don't like when there's something you come on, because anytime I try to tap the two things, it always make me look like I don't know what I'm doing, you know. Then say me first touch the two,
come through.
The two things is. Hey. Alright. You know, I come in, and you know, I just said my life a while ago. Guess what I just said a while ago? May I say, when my food come, may I go come off live and go eat my dinner, and then may I come back live later. But just said that a while ago, you know. You get the juice? Alright, make it. Guys, my dinner reach, no, me care, but guys, my dinner reach. My dinner is here.
So then, let me turn down this. So there's a large medical dome to be installed at the Cornwall Regional Hospital to ease strain. That's what them say. You can't even get to read none of these articles. Like it says, a 10,000 feet square foot medical dome capable of housing up to 100 beds is expected to arrive in Jamaica by the end of February. Mighty God, the end of February, as long as the people have to wait to get some relief. No man. No man, that bad man. Christopher Berry, Executive Chairman of Investment Bank Mayberry Group, wants the Jamaica Stock Exchange to restore public access to detailed shareholder data, arguing that recent restrictions undermine market transparency despite corporate disclosure laws. People like to know who controlling parties are of company they are investing in. Whether those individuals are buying or selling out their stakes, Berry told the Financial Gleaner on Friday. There are many times when insiders have bought or sold large positions just before good or bad news is released. This is important, you know. This is important because of the high levels of scamming we are going in Jamaica. So what going Addy? Addy say what can go so Selvanev, big up yourself. Selvanev, you never know about earthquake at Cuba. Yeah man. So big up Christopher Berry for this because a good thing so me look at this man. This is important. This is important. Yes?
In government, we are not fair weather friends. That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
Aye.
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention.
Aye. I don't know.
That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
Yes.
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention.
Yes. Let me and Mottley made it clear, ladies and gentlemen. I said. No, labor rights. Labor rights. Labor rights. Me and Mottley made it clear. I want to do me and Mottley now. To talk the truth. Wanna eat me and Mottley if you talk the truth? Turn around the camera. Hey boy. Hey boy. TikTok, me they have to come over here. Look a bit. Just for a look a bit. I'm there on YouTube. How long do I there on YouTube? Almost 2 hours. Me they have to come over here look a bit TikTok. What am I going with? Why pre? Why pre? Like and share up the video you see. Me and Mottley fix them business. We got me and Mottley.
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me.
Yes.
Don't talk to me. Market Me. Don't talk to me. What? Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me.
No, me I tell you.
Through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me.
Yes.
Talk to Ralph directly.
Yes.
So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
Yes.
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me.
Oh my God.
Talk to Ralph directly.
Yes.
So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
Yes. Say that again, Mama.
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly.
Whoa.
So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
Hey, let me tell you something. Me and Mottley has made it quite elusive that she wants no part of it. Don't mix and mingle. We don't mix and mingle. When you hear? Me and Mottley, I make them know so she don't mix and mingle Jamaica. Tell them, hey, Odin, make we play it again.
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Market Me. Company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. Yes. So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
Don't get confused. The people of Barbados. We not take instruction from the Jamaica Labour Party or Market Me. They can't talk to me. Hey, don't talk to me, Market Me. Me and Mottley know I'm not to do with Market Me, and rightfully so. Them reputation gone ahead, you know. No other well-thinking government would give Market Me any procurement. Them reputation, as much as how them want to make it seem as if say them reputation alright. No well-thinking person. And this is not really about Market Me, you know. It's just that, you know what I mean? She make it know say, yo. She make it know say, yo. Hey, go on the Gleaner and see if you can open it. Go directly to the Gleaner website and see if you can open it. Anissa, more screenshot of that article, please, me I beg you. But people, this is not joke thing still, you know. The Jamaica Labour Party supporters them, you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. I want to feel. I want to really feel for no say. Me and Mottley, such a profound leader of the Caribbean. No want to take no advice. I don't want it to be perceived that she's taking advice from the Jamaica Labour Party. I want to feel. Odin, big up yourself. On the shame. Oh God. It's rough. Rough.
That That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party.
You're deaf?
And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
That means that we're not backbiter, we're not Judas. We stand firm with the comrades. That it mean here. Once a comrade, brothers in arms. Not true. Political arms, that is. Politically, not physical arms. Because we don't know them stay already. So we have to make that clear and cogent. Because we don't push, we don't promote violence, we don't threaten people online and all these things. If I was to threaten you, it would be in silence. I would never utter threats to somebody. So me I go do them something. No, man, you're mad. Me not even like violence, me like peace. That's why I stay by myself. Yeah, if certain people in the room, I don't want for them in the room. T comes, what's up, my baby? If certain people in the room, I don't want to be in the room. And that's the same thing she's saying. Only not mix me. Me and Mottley say nobody mix me up. We don't take advice from JLP. We don't do. Only mix me up. A PMP, a Mike, a them me link with. One of them pan. You never know.
That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. Yes. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party.
Yes, tell them here. Tell them here, Mottley. Tell them, make them know, make them get it clear.
And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
That is it.
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention. That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that...
You know, some more find a full clip here. Me and Mottley. I want to shoot it. I want to shoot it. More the full thing. I want to can get the full thing. Which side they can go on to get the campaign and me and Mottley?
One that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Of your hearts. Previous leaders of the Labour Party that I knew in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I didn't have seamless order.
Me find it, people. Me find it.
We made
10 days
contact
ago.
with the IMF.
Listen to this.
To be able to speak to them.
Whoa.
On Sunday, I asked each of us to go to our own places of worship. But I felt that it would be awkward and not right to come to Oysins.
Listen to this.
And not to give thanks first. Because it was on this outpost that the imagery of where this country had fallen was perhaps most evident. I will never ever be more embarrassed than on the first night that I was sworn in as Prime Minister. We made contact with the IMF to be able to speak to them. And 1 week later, when I finally spoke to Christine Lagarde with the Governor of the Central Bank, Cleviston Haynes and Ryan Strachan and others in the room, and the first question she asked me, do you all still have sewage running in the streets? I don't think that I could have gone through the floor more. So I give thanks tonight. But more than that,
listen to this.
I come to Oysins with a simple message at the beginning of this campaign.
Yes.
And we know it is the beginning. Today we have had 30 candidates of this great political party nominated. by the people in their constituencies. You have heard each and every one of them from this platform tonight. And with seamless order, they gathered on this platform as if the placard bearers had never been in this space. Because this is who the Barbados Labour Party is, and this is how we do our business.
Oh, so because they name Barbados Labour Party, they might try to associate them with the Jamaica Labour Party? Brother, bro, no, Skip. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
But I've come with a single message.
Yes.
That we have nothing to hide.
Yes.
And everything to show.
Yes.
And it is not only therefore the pride that I have in these candidates that are assembled on this platform, representing the constituencies from St. Lucie to St. Philip,
yes,
from St. John to St. James, through the heartland in St. George and St. Thomas, making sure that St. Peter and St. Andrew and St. Joseph are not left out. And of course, to the populous areas of Christchurch and St. Michael. I have come tonight to tell you that we have kept faith with you. We have not been perfect. I've told you that over and over. But we have been a good government.
Right.
And we have done good for the people of this nation.
Yes.
I've come tonight to remind you that we have nothing to hide.
Yes.
And everything to show.
Right.
And part and parcel of our mission here tonight is to do that which all of the previous leaders of the Labour Party that I knew in my lifetime. I didn't have the opportunity, other than as a babe in arms, up to 4 or 5 years old, to know Sir Grantley. But Tom Adams and Bree St. John and Henry Ford and Owen Arthur taught us that when you ask the people for the mandate, you have a responsibility.
Yo. Oh, this is the one.
Party does represent this country here to the end. A single scholarship from Rathorn. All in layers in this constituency. Huh? And then every single one of you born in Barbados.
I'm going to find it, yeah? I'm going to find, because I see shirt or Shudena. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. I don't know how long ago it was, but I'm going to find it. So you have, okay. I don't know which one I did. Oh, wait a minute. This look like a 8. 6 days ago. This look like a 8.
To the public office in the International Monetary Fund ever received.
No.
The ability to be seconded, normally they cap you at 4 years. But because of his success and the success of the Barbados program, they gave him 4.5 years before he had to go back to the IMF, and he went back and was working for them. And only when we go forward and we say, look, it isn't only in that. We need to make sure that we renew the infrastructure for our hospital and we start to look at our healthcare. I am the first to tell you that all is not perfect. But what we had to do is to be able to fund the hospital properly, to be able to buy new equipment. You have a new linear accelerator.
No. Maybe think about that.
We renew the infrastructure for our hospital and we start to look at our healthcare. I am the first to tell you that all is not perfect. But what we had, it will come here too.
Has, and this stabilize the country, must not
fire too. Because of the things, or in the provision of replacement of water.
You to tell your friends. He good work with my father. How long I asked that of
But we were going to make life easier and give you something. Spikes down. People in the and an opportunity for us to have a future generation that sees a
evening Barbados Labour Party. On that, some of that for the poor people.
And who has had several?
Look at what we said on the week. It is a joke. entrepreneurship scheme, which I am a beneficiary of.
You left Northeast.
Got him. Got him. I find it now for real. It was 2 days ago. Yes, in I same shirt. Okay, see that? Let me go to this speech now. Come on, get the context of what I want.
Is the choice clear? Mottley, and the only choice, Prime Minister.
Hey, I've just come from Crab Hill in St. Lucie.
See that now?
And they have sent a message to let you know that Peter Phillips will be coming home, and they expect, therefore, that Marsha Cattle will join him as well.
Listen to this.
And I say to you tonight,
however, tell everybody
that I hear the message that is sent by me.
Yes, let me.
But I want to tell you that no amount of red in front of me will persuade me until the votes are counted Wednesday night. Let us be clear about that. I have been in this thing. I have been in this business. This year will be 37 years that I was a nominated candidate for this Barbados Labour Party. I know I still look young, but I got a little age.
Aye.
And I know that crowds can be deceptive.
Yes, that is true.
And therefore, no amount of crowds and no amount of red alone will persuade me. Because when the time comes, there is only one thing that matters. Yes. And that is the X on the ballot sheet. Yes. Making sure it does not touch the line. Making sure it does not what? Touch. So I want us to be very clear. Look at this, look at this. How much times we get to talk nowadays with a bus passing through a meeting and I don't go stop. That is a sign of the changes. But I've come tonight to remind us that we have a duty to this country and to ourselves.
Right.
And we are at a point now where you have to get in to the analysis of who and what you're dealing with.
Okay.
We have a man who wants you to believe that he can be fit to lead this country, but cannot be fit to do the most basic things that a leader must do. And I'm not even talking about the lights alone, because if you can't keep lights on at a meeting, how are you going to keep lights on in a country?
Mighty God.
I am talking about the fact that he cannot lead a united Democratic Labour Party. And if there is no unity in opposition, how do you expect them to be unified in government?
My goodness.
And you can see it across this country. Richard Seeley running his own campaign. Ryan Walters running his own campaign.
Yes.
Ian Griffith up there, I just passed him on the highway talking to the cars because there was nobody else there. But then again, he accustomed talking to the dead, so. Simon, up in St. Philip, his own campaign. And it does as if...
But the party where she described so like a Labour Party. It's so like the Labour Party is so disjointed. You have this and done over there, so that they done there, and everybody was to do them own thing. No, seriously.
Everybody has broken and run for themselves. And I'm not surprised, because we all know what happened in this constituency here in George Street, and how people who gave their whole life to the Democratic Labour Party locked out and left out of any program with respect to building this country and ultimately their party.
Wow.
But this is the same man who had a gentleman's agreement with Ronnie Yearwood too, you remember that? And that lasted as long as a snow cone in the hot sun. Went fast.
No, man, I'm going to start this to me about the moment chair campaign. No, man, this area too good.
And you begin to ask yourself, what manner of a man is this man called Ralph Thorne?
Yes.
I have already told you that in everything that he has done, he has seen himself and nobody else.
Selfish.
You left Northeast, and this is not hearsay. Michelle, tell them that we know firsthand. In 1989, people come up there looking for him, to vote for him against me. And when he see my crowd, he run and hide. never came in and told the people goodbye or hello. He ran in St. Michael North and do the same thing. Twice he ran. And the people in St. Michael North did not know when he left them.
Wow.
And I can tell you that the only person he hated more than me is David Thompson. And that is the irony of ironies tonight with him leading the Democratic Labour Party. As fate would have it, he came and he joined the Labour Party.
Oh, so they name the Democratic Labour Party. So two Labour Party are against one another. Okay, all right.
And there's some people in this party who said, man, give him a chance, he ain't bad, and this and that and this and that. And contrary to all that you believe, I let go and say, okay, give him a chance. In 7 years, we have now seen what that man really and truly is. For the first 5.5 years, Ralph did virtually nothing to represent the people of Christchurch South.
What?
And then when he left the party, his only comment of any significance was to quarrel with us when we painted Oyston's Bay Garden red. Well, I'm sorry for him next week when he see red. But I don't only want him to see red, I want him to hear cattle. Because as I said, that is the only measure that matters. But what is more is that this man has left the people of Christchurch South even as we speak without saying a word. And now you're going to St. John and trying to make everything about you. Look, we have had manifestos launched in this country over and over and over. And political leaders do not choose their constituency to launch manifestos. They choose a place where the majority of Barbadians can reach and come and listen.
Yes.
If you really want people to see and hear what is in the manifesto.
You remember when Andrew Holness them put out their manifesto, not to the public but to the Labour them alone? Similar thing. Only things to the audience they did bigger still. And all of Jamaica them put out their manifesto to, you know. They put out their manifesto to the Labour them alone. Who remember? You remember? If you don't remember, type remember in our chat.
The problem that we have is that I suspect Ralph don't want nobody to see that manifesto. That is why it was due to be launched Tuesday night, 2 nights ago, and it get postponed.
And the same thing Labour Party do. It come like them advise them for true. And the same game, the Labour Party, Jamaica Labour Party was tippy-toeing, and we are wonder where the manifesto there. Jersey, you know where I did it. We are wonder where the manifesto there. You see me? I see something then do. Outside.
It is due to be launched now on Saturday in Gall Hill. But I want to say to them, I have already read it and there's nothing really in there.
Mighty God.
And don't ask me how I read it because things has happened to fall off tracks all the time. But that is an indication, and I want to warn him. And this is all I can say to him.
Father God, thank you.
You really must not try to unfair people and put people who have left you on the front cover of your manifesto. You got pictures of a lady well known to me hugging you up at a time when she might have had a little argument. You got her there to make it believe that she's still with you, but to the best of my knowledge, she is with Michael Lashley. And then you got the other one, who was a member of the Young Dems. And Shaquani, if you don't know that you on the front page cover of the LP manifesto, I suggest that you go and find out and put yourself in a position to tell people whether you are still, having resigned from the Democratic Labour Party, whether you are still supporting the man that caused you to resign in the first place. Now that is the sign of a desperate man. A desperate man. And I say to you tonight that when I add up all of these things, let us deal with him in Trinidad yesterday on TTT. You can't bring out a manifesto for Bajans to read in good time. You can't bring a manifesto launch in somewhere central and you taking it up in your constituency. Nothing wrong with Gall Hill. But you are carrying it in your constituency because you believe that you need all the props. Well, Charles Griffith is still going to beat Ralph Thorne in St. John. You turn around and you have a situation where, and I suspect that the only body you are going to see more and more in his broadcast is Ralph. The man is consumed with himself. And one of the things that bothers me is that when I ask this man in good faith, I said, Ralph, you are 68. I'm 60. Let us make sure that there are some things that we put in place to secure this country's future. One of them is education. The man is on record telling you that when I came to him to ask him to come and meet the public officers, that he agreed that he would meet 2 weeks before they came to Parliament to the meeting. Ralph turned around and said, me? I tell her eating my food, I ain't got no time with that. Can you believe that is what he wants to do?
This man that sound like Andrew Holness when she talk about, self-centered, all about him. Someone like Andrew Holness.
To give a face that will allow this country to remain divided on a matter as basic as education, that we need to be working together. From Grantley Adams to Errol Barrow to Tom Adams to Bree St. John to Erskine Shelford to Owen Arthur to David Thompson to myself. Even Frandel, I suspect. Every one of us understood the importance of education and continuity. And when we try to sit down and say, look, we can't have children anymore just learning by rote. Anything you want to find that is facts, you can find on this. So the most important thing now is to give children skills and to group in them values and attitudes that will help them get through life and let them develop a culture of excellence, whether it is going to be fixing cars, whether it is going to be plumbing, whether it is going to be law, whether it is going to be selling, whether it is going to be cooking. People need a habit of excellence. And that is what is nurtured in us from small. And we want to make the changes in our educational system to reflect that. But not even that Ralph could find himself capable of doing. And can tell me foolishness that he and Felicia Dujon and Maxine McLean eating food in Parliament, but can't do the people business? No, sir. No, sir. You can't find it possible to go up to CBC, to be able to have a conversation or to send somebody. We sent representatives last weekend to the programs, but instead, you find yourself on Trinidad and Tobago television, TTT, telling people about yellow. Yellow is the code, yellow is the code. Huh. I tell you, yellow is the curse. Yeah, I ain't talking about blue, yellow, I talking about yellow. Not the kind of yellow that he won't talk about. And what is that really a code for? Is it a code for campaign financing? Is it a code for who is supporting your party financially? Because if that is the case, then Errol Walton Barrow should now be rolling in a watery grave to believe that anybody leading the Democratic Labour Party would want to make that party a subsidiary of another political entity in the Caribbean. Errol Barrow stood shoulder to shoulder with Eric Williams. Tom Adams stood shoulder to shoulder with Eric Williams and George Chambers. Owen Arthur stood shoulder to shoulder with Patrick Manning. I have stood shoulder to shoulder with Keith Rowley and the same Kamla. But you can't tell me that the Labour Party is going to be subservient to any of them. That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends. Yes. That is a party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention. And I say to him tonight, that when Liz Thompson and when all of the senior ministers and the Deputy Prime Minister and myself were meeting day after day after day after day after day in the manifesto, and then the General Secretary of the Workers' Union, and then Jonathan Reed, and then the persons from Acute Vision working through the night. What foolishness is my hearing? But he is consumed with the fact. Ask him if they know the name Fabian Lewis. I don't want to say any more tonight. Left that name there with him from Jamaica, because I think that is the Jamaican he's confused with, about who had a role to play in the manifesto. And I can assure you, it is not the Barbados Labour Party manifesto. I have come here tonight to tell you that this country's choice is so clear. And there's not much more we can do. It is up to you. I believe that we are at a serious point in this country's life. Not only because of what is happening here, but because of where the world is at. And we need to be able to have strength, and we need to be able to have that strong leadership, articulate what is in the interest of Barbadians. You want to talk about my traveling, but I tell you already, my traveling has brought more grant money, more free money to this country than any other prime minister before me. And I don't believe in being boastful, but we know what we have gotten from the Green Climate Fund. Marsha can tell you because she was one of the ones also working on climate issues for this government and this country. And we're not only talking about a new South Coast sewage treatment plant for $150 million that not cent one ain't got to come from our pockets. How does that happen? Not by accident, not by a lucky dip, but by going and making the points. And I want to address one or two things in truth, because I got my head hot. This notion that he and all the rest of the Dems talking, but a Bajan birthright dividend is a gimmick. Tell the people that you don't understand what we're doing. In the same way that you couldn't understand what we were doing for the same debt for climate swap for the South Coast sewage treatment plant. He got up in Parliament, asked William, asked Marsha, asked Kirk, and rubbished it, and told us that there's no such thing. Go back and read the Hansard. Another one of his long rambling speeches. And I just laugh. You know why I laugh? Because Barbados has won awards all across the hemisphere for the most innovative debt swap in the world and in the Americas. But because he don't feel that you following international news, that he can get up in Parliament and talk foolishness and then say, what's resilience? Resilience is a buzzword. But let me tell you what resilience is. Resilience is what your ancestors were to withstand slavery in this country. That is how we get through here. Resilience is what you are to withstand all of the buffeted things, crisis after crisis after crisis. From freak storm to hurricane to ashfall. And these are not just words, because many of you know what it has done to your pocket. Many of you know what it has done to your family. Many of you know what it has done to your stability. But you know, if there's anything that this government has done wrong, it is to make it look all too easy. All too easy. The day was the last day of the cabinet of Barbados in this administration. And I thank the persons who have served with me. And I indicated to them that one of the things that I could say without fear of contradiction is that having served in a cabinet between 1994 and 2008, and having had to lead a cabinet between 2008 and now, 2018 and now, that what this cabinet in the last 2 terms has had to face is significantly more work and more complexity and challenges than the previous cabinet that I served in with Owen. Liz and Reggie would tell you, Noel would tell you, that many afternoon after cabinet, we would come down here in Tweedside Road, going Halls Road, going by Bird's Nest, going Lime somewhere. Nowadays, you don't have that chance. Because more often than not, cabinet work until late and in the evening. Nowadays, we are facing multiple challenges at once. And when you think you get round the corner, something else emerges. And what it requires is steady hands. And what it requires is a firm gaze. And what it requires is a soft heart at times. Because if you don't see people and feel people, then you're in the wrong business. And it is for that reason that I want to remind you of what this government's record has been very quickly again. And I will not tire saying it. When you take a woman who was a shop assistant and take her from $6.25 and move her to $10.73 an hour in a few short years, when that fee was not attached at all from 2004 December right till 2020. That is somebody who now knows the difference of what a Labour Party government that sees them has done for them. But it wasn't only the shop assistants, the gas station attendants, all of them who were not protected by law before are now entitled to a minimum wage. The security guards get more, and they have gone from $9.75 4 years ago to $11.50 plus the 2% this year. When we took your welfare benefits in 2020 in the middle of COVID and increased them by 40%, and now, Kurt, from the 1st of March, they will be increased by 30% again. So if you were getting $300, you're going to get $390 in a benefit. If you were getting $200, you're going to get $260. Tell me, if that is not caring for people by being specific, I don't know what it is.
Let me see the other one now. Here's another one. This is the one.
Why Richard Seeley running his own campaign? Why Ian Griffith? Don't mind, he ain't getting anybody to talk to. But throughout it all, you remain on the platform in this, that I need you in this community to recognize that when we came to office, many of you who need the fact of record, and say that I can reduce VAT to 15%. But the only body who benefits when VAT is reduced is not going to be you, the consumer. It's not going to be the government that loses the revenue. It is going to be the business person, because hardly ever do prices come back down when they go up. That is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company network, along with other things. And as soon as we came into office, all of the officials positioned to know what the Democratic on his profile with the wig of dollars in grant money. And they were talking about loans the other day. A man lost his of tomorrow, but to build for our future. And if we understand that cash in pocket of the Barbados Labour Party government, and when, as I believe is likely to happen, that we are likely to be returned to office, I do not want the people of St. Michael Northwest looking in from the outside. The engineers said a large part of it was because of the ashfall. All the fact of record, Ralph left Northeast without telling people anything when I beat him in the nomination. He left St. Michael North when he lost twice as a dirt South, getting into the fact that he's 68 to really study what is at stake on Wednesday. And when, as I believe, do not want the people of St. Michael Northwest looking in, taken some things last Saturday, the Labour Manifesto, 12 days, so that you could study it. You need to know what, but cannot properly put before this country a document that spells out in detail and to give you enough time, because recommendations are, or how that I can reduce VAT to 15%. But the only is not going to be the government that loses the revenue. It is go down when they go up, along with other things. And as this does not work because the money does not go back down into people's pockets. And that is why in 2019, rather than reduce VAT, which we could have done, we chose to increase your reverse tax credit. We chose to reduce your income tax rates. We chose to reduce your land tax rates. And today, we continue to choose to increase your reverse tax credit. And those same now get a reverse tax credit in this country for the first time of $750. Trees of welfare, living cash grant. So one time for the year, or you can choose to take 600 merchant on it to the extent engage with people. You don't need them unmasking because 1988, 60 years old. And for 37 years, Bajans have known me. What you see is what you get. And I go further. If he had spent the time last night, instead of trying to unmask me and getting his manifesto ready, then you would be in a better position to know what the Democratic Labour Party has to offer in this country. But his whole idea is to duck. Well, Pat, bring the red bag for me there. Because, you know, I don't use this often. But if Ralph Thorne had spent his time working on the manifesto and being in a position to tell you what he wants you to do for him and why, because of the manifesto, he would have been better off. But I say to you tonight that, you know, he say he hungry. He wonder if we hungry. Are you hungry? The one thing I know is that I'm not going to starve you. And I will neither starve you with the DLP manifesto. They want the short version or the long version? I am almost tempted to tell you, carry a copy to Ryan Walters, because I'm sure he is here yet neither, because he and Ralph don't talk. And you know what is amazing? This lady, to my certain knowledge, from the city of Bridgetown, is well known to me. And while she may have hugged Ralph then I don't know that she's hugging Ralph now. And this other lady behind there, to my certain knowledge, like Tyra, was a young Dan. And like Tyra, came and resigned from the Democratic Labour Party and joined the Barbados who have repudiated. And are you so consumed? There's one picture here. I think because he can't afford to do half the things that he's doing here. But who stands up like that?
No. No, that's what me and Mottley go on.
Who stands up like that?
No,
you
sir.
Know, there was a picture that Ron had on his profile with the wig that the lawyers is wearing that we stopped wearing about here about 30-something years ago. The man is called himself KC. Well, I can think of many more things that KC stands for instead of King's Counsel, but he calls himself a King's Counsel. The rest of us in a Republic say senior. He got all of the affectations of a man who is more British than the king.
Damn.
And this is who wants to leave you in Barbados. Look, give me a chance here. Give me a chance. And believe you me, how do you plan to launch this on Tuesday in Gall Hill? Then you don't launch it, and you leave it deliberately to the last minute so that people cannot read what is in it properly. Well, I say to you tonight, look at it here and look at it here, because at the end of the day, you ain't missing nothing. What I'm worried about is that you did not know about his behavior in Turks and Caicos. When, in fact, the man he was representing get convicted day before yesterday, the former premier. And Ralph, you can imagine, you in court, and you waiting for your lawyer to come. The case going on for months, and all of a sudden the judge come in the court and tell you that your lawyer resigned by email. And the client looking and say, my lawyer? Why are you here for my lawyer? My lawyer told me he's in Barbados. The man resigned by email without telling the client. The man left Christchurch South without telling the people of Christchurch South. The man left St. Michael North without telling the people of St. Michael North. The man left St. Michael Northeast without telling the people of St. Michael Northeast. The man left the Barbados Labour Party not once but twice without telling people. And the man left the Democratic Labour Party and David Thompson without telling them. The truth is, the only body that he is more consumed or was more consumed in hatred for, besides me, was David Thompson. But I agree with you, it might be himself too. Because if he look in the mirror like Mr. Barr telling to look in, you would have to tell me, how can you do those things and want to represent people?
True.
So my friends,
that's crazy.
The choice can never be clearer.
That is crazy.
Never. You can get a man who loves himself bad and affected and watching himself and trying to stand off looking pretty. Or you can get a party that is working for you. We're not asking you to believe in what we can do in the future, because we've already delivered for you. We're asking you to allow us to continue. And you know what delivery has meant from this Barbados Labour Party government. We're asking you to recognize that we are the ones, not Ralph Thorne. Ralph has not come to Parliament and asked for your conveyances down here in the farm, in Rosemont, in Ferniehurst. Ralph has not been the one who went and tell you that the tenantry lands that should be conveyed at $250 a square foot should be conveyed. Ralph has not been the one calling for minimum wage to be able to go up. Ralph has not been the one making the difference where it matters. He is like a parrot on 2 or 3 issues, affected and acting like if he is on a stage, not even doing Bajam Bastop, but doing Shakespeare and Hamlet and all them British plays. That is what you have. And I ask you, when Wednesday comes, do not tell me that we're going to win already, because no ballot box opens with a single vote. Do not tell me that you don't believe that we need any more help, because we do. We live in a world now where Donald Trump and others are imposing tariffs and sanctions on people. And the one thing that a leader of a country must have is backative from their population.
True.
And if you can't show that backative, if you can't show that in the ballot box, then people will doubt. You have a leader. They say I travel too much, but when I travel, I only travel to bring back benefits for this country, including hundreds of millions of dollars in grant money. I ain't even talking about loans yet. But I know what it is to go in Golden Square and outline my vision for Barbados to Bajans in Barbados. I do not go on Trinidad and Tobago television and outline the vision for Barbados to Trinidadians living in Caroni and San Fernando and Laventille and Port of Spain. None of them can vote for him. So ask yourself why he would go up there first before even his election broadcast to you in this country. Listen, I feel that it has to do with campaign finance. But that is a story for another day. And last night I told Richard Seeley, cut it out when you're talking about us and the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet.
Yes.
But our sister party is
you hear that? She diplomacy. It's not that me and Mottley share the ideas of governance of Andrew Holness. See the lady I address it now, we are getting to it, ladies and gentlemen. But tell us, I'm going to find it, you know. You know, I stay already. As long as you don't stick with me, trust me, when I go hear the context of what the lady said. Listen to this. Let me go back a little bit. Listen to this.
For him. So ask yourself why he would go up there first before even his election broadcast to you in this country. I feel that it has to do with campaign finance.
Yes.
But that is a story for another day.
Yes.
And last night I told Richard Seeley, cut it out when you're talking about us and the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet. But our sister party is the People's National Party. That is why their leader addressed our conference in 2018 at Lodge School, Peter Phillips. Got the same name as Peter Phillips in St. Lucie. That is why, as opposition leader, I addressed their conference in Jamaica, in Kingston. And I want Richard Seeley to know, don't send the messages via me, man. If you want, talk to your leader, Ralph, who you can't get on with. And worry about the fact that it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Hey! Talk to Ralph directly. Hey! So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica. Hey! And who is really financing who from the rest of the region. I am here.
Yes.
And I have told you that what you see from us is what you will get.
Come on now. No. I gotta record this. I gotta record this. Shots fired, Mike Brown. Shots fired. Shots fired, my general. Shots fired. No, man, I have to record this. Let me cue it up, ladies and gentlemen. Me and Mottley not playing. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. Whoa, yo, yo, yo. Yeah, boy. I mean, so I'm going to say no.
In Barbados? Look, give me a chance here. Give me a chance. And believe you me, how do you plan to launch this on Tuesday in Gall Hill? Then you don't launch it, and you leave it deliberately to the last minute, so that then you do. Look, give me a chance.
Right, yes, sir. That's one. We could go to the next clip. Let's go to the next clip. Go back and find the point that should talk about the Labour Party first, and then the other clip. History. Go to history. City Hall. Dr. Bruce and Tufton need to answer for the 521 million. That I got at later. 7 p.m. We ain't loan some. That I got at later. Make me look for this. No, sir. This no normal. Are we there? I the one about 50 something minutes. And that one there. Are this one there? No, man, no, that one there. Public meeting, February 1st. See how which one? See how which you did.
Only when the next.
No, man, no, that one there. Another one there. See for this.
The party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me. Through the Market Me, don't talk to me. Mighty God. What an embarrassment.
I don't know what it is. And are at a serious point in this country's life. Case that will allow this country to remain divided. Try to unfair people, this country, and ultimately their party. But This is the same man who had a gentleman's agreement with Ronnie Yearwood too. You remember that? Because he thinks so strength, makes him feel a pain. I've just sent a message to let you know, or that was sent by me. But I want to tell you that no amount of country. Richard Seeley running his own campaign. Ryan when we painted Oyston's Bay Garden red. It was due to be launched Tuesday night. You can't bring out a manifesto for Bajans to read in good taste that will allow this country to remain divided. If that is the case, then Errol Walton Barrow should now be rolling in a watery grave. I have come here tonight to tell you that this country's choice is so clear. Debt for climate swap for the South Coast has had to face is significantly more work. And when afternoon after cabinet, we would bird's nest go and line somewhere, not cabinet work until late and challenges at once. And when you think heavy hands, and what has record has been a woman who was a shopper and move her to $10 was not attached at all from 2004 December right till 2020. That is somebody who and 2,195 and 50,000 a year, even 50,000. After you subtract that, all or large, all will get it direct, not through the intermediary that I will alert you to tonight, and I will deal with tomorrow, and that relates to a matter that has bedeviled us. And I asked the former Chief Justice to do a legal opinion, which he did, after discussing it first with Caswell Franklin, who came to me. A duty to make wrong things. Know who really working for them. And Bajans know that when they were sucking salt 7.5 years ago, this government came to the table and we did not sleep, we did not tire, but we made sure. And therefore, I voted for business interruption benefit will get it direct, not through. What do all those numbers mean? You can get $390 in a benefit between 1994 and 2008. That running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows that the Labour Party and the same Kamla. But you can't tell me that the Labour Party is going to be subservient to any of them. That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running as Owen Arthur stood shoulder to shoulder with Patrick Mannings and George. Lee Barrow should now be rolling in a watery grave.
Right, yes, sir. Right, yes, sir. Right, yes, sir. Boy. Boy. Right. That is it. That is it. Boy, ladies and gentlemen, may I tell you, say, hey, Miss Mia Mottley, she is on fire. She is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. May I go to the source right now of this clip what we see online and go viral. And we're going to take it back a little bit to get the context in which she said what she said. So we can get the full scope and understanding that we need to get, ladies and gentlemen. So you follow me. And make sure so you follow me. You follow the BLP news. Because I don't know politics for the Bayesian them. It hot. It hot. No, it hot. Me I tell you, me I'm not in a play. You listen to this.
Who is supporting your party financially? Because if that is the case, then Errol Walton Barrow should now be rolling in a watery grave to believe that anybody leading the Democratic Labour Party would want to make that party a subsidiary of another political entity in the Caribbean. Errol Barrow stood shoulder to shoulder with Eric Williams. Tom Adams stood shoulder to shoulder with Eric Williams and George Chambers. Owen Arthur stood shoulder to shoulder with Patrick Manning. I have stood shoulder to shoulder with Keith Rowley and the same Kamla. But you can't tell me that the Labour Party is going to be subservient to any of them. That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends. That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention. And I say to him tonight that when Liz Thompson and when all of the senior ministers and the Deputy Prime Minister and myself were meeting day after day after day after day after day in the manifesto, and then the General Secretary of the Workers' Union, and then Jonathan Reed, and then the persons from Cute Vision working through the night. What foolishness is my hearing? But he is consumed with the fact. Ask him if they know the name Fabian Lewis. I don't want to say any more tonight. Left that name there with him from Jamaica, because I think that is the Jamaican he's confused with, about who had a role to play in a manifesto. Yes. And I can assure you, it is not the Barbados Labour Party manifesto. A man who is more British than the king. And this is who wants to lead you in Barbados. Look, give me a chance here. Give me a chance. And believe you me, how do you plan to launch this on Tuesday in Gall Hill? Then you don't launch it, and you leave it deliberately to the last minute so that people cannot read what is in it properly. Well, I say to you tonight, look at it here and look at it here, because at the end of the day, you ain't missing nothing. When a man shows you who he is, believe it. And Neil, the only thing I'm sorry about is that you did not know about his behavior in Turks and Caicos, when in fact the man he was representing get convicted day before yesterday, the former premier. And Ralph, you could imagine you in court and you waiting for your lawyer to come. The case going on for months, and all of a sudden the judge come in the court and tell you that your lawyer resigned by email. And the client looking and say, my lawyer? Why I hear from my lawyer? My lawyer told me he's in Barbados. The man resigned by email without telling the client. The man left Christchurch South without telling the people of Christchurch South. The man left St. Michael North without telling the people of St. Michael North. The man left St. Michael Northeast without telling the people of St. Michael Northeast. The man left the Barbados Labour Party not once but twice without telling people. And the man left the Democratic Labour Party and David Thompson without telling them. The truth is, the only body that he is more consumed or was more consumed in hatred for, besides me, was David Thompson. But I agree with you, it might be himself too. Because if he look in the mirror like Mr. Barr tell you to look in, you would have to tell me, how can you do those things and want to represent people? So my friends, the choice can never be clearer. Never. You can get a man who love himself bad, 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 and affection and watching himself and trying to stand off looking pretty. Or you can get a party that is working for you. We're not asking you to believe in what we can do in the future, because we've already delivered for you. We're asking you to allow us to continue. And you know what delivery has meant from this Barbados Labour Party government. We're asking you to recognize that we are the ones, not Ralph Thorne. Ralph has not come to Parliament and asked for your conveyances down here in the farm, in Rosemont, in Ferniehurst. Ralph has not been the one who went and tell you that the tenantry lands that should be conveyed at $250 a square foot should be conveyed. Ralph has not been the one calling for minimum wage to be able to go up. Ralph has not been the one making the difference where it matters. He is like a parrot on two or three issues, affected and acting like if he is on a stage, not even doing Bajam Bastop, but doing Shakespeare and Hamlet and all them British plays. That is what you have. And I ask you, when Wednesday comes, do not tell me that we're going to win already. Because no ballot box opens with a single vote. Do not tell me that you don't believe that we need any more help, because we do. We live in a world now where Donald Trump and others are imposing tariffs and sanctions on people. And the one thing that a leader of a country must have is backative from their population. And if you can't show that backative, if you can't show that in the ballot box, then people will doubt. You have a leader. They say I travel too much, but when I travel, I only travel to bring back benefits for this country, including hundreds of millions of dollars in grant money. I'm not even talking about loans yet. But I know what it is to go in Golden Square and outline my vision for Barbados to Bajans in Barbados. I do not go on Trinidad and Tobago television and outline the vision for Barbados to Trinidadians living in Caroni and San Fernando and Laventille and Port of Spain. None of them can vote for him. So ask yourself why he would go up there first before even his election broadcast to you in this country. I feel that it has to do with campaign finance. But that is a story for another day. And last night I told Richard Seeley, cut it out when you're talking about us and the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't have any relationship. Out is a story for another day. And last night I told Richard Seeley, cut it out when you're talking about us and the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet. But our sister party is the People's National Party. That is why their leader addressed our conference in 2018. And last night I told Richard Seeley, cut it out when you're talking about us and the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet. But our sister party is the People's National Party. That is why their leader addressed our conference in 2018 at Lodge School, Peter Phillips. Got the same name as Peter Phillips in St. Lucie. That is why, as opposition leader, I addressed their conference in Jamaica, in Kingston. And I want Richard Seeley to know, don't send the messages via me, man. If you want, talk to your leader, Ralph, who you can't get on with. And worry about the fact that it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Party advising him through the company Market Me.
Don't talk to me.
Talk to Ralph directly. So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica and who is really financing who from the rest of the region. I am here and I have told you that what you see from us is what you will get. And believe you me, when Liz Thompson, Sandia Bradshaw, Jerome Walcott, Dale Marshall, William Duguid, Kerry Simmons, and a few others of us were working day in and day out for 3 weeks on the manifesto. Where were you doing your work? I have shown you where my manifesto is. It is in the hands of the people of Barbados.
Ladies and gentlemen, Labour right them for shame. So they get the context now what you say. The Labour right them for shame. They might take advice from Market Me. Bench Punani. Not me. Don't talk to me. I love this woman one more time. No, sir. When you hear the context, remember when Road of the Ghana people political rally at Caribbean after storm. So you see how the Jamaica Labour Party, and I believe there's a certain group that Holness is associated with. With the brother him all over the Caribbean too, you know. So it's like them try to spread their wings, empire, and their influence by other Caribbean countries and put who they want to have in there. Or help to facilitate who they want to have in a position. God is in control. Take them easy. Me and Mottley don't have nothing to do with them. Let me play the last part again. When you say this is me and Mottley, listen to this.
Lands that should be conveyed at $250 a square foot should be conveyed. Ralph has not been the one calling for minimum wage to be able to go up. Ralph has not been the one making the difference where it matters. He is like a parrot on 2 or 3 issues, affected and acting like if he is on a stage, not even doing Bajam Bastop, but doing Shakespeare and Hamlet and all them British plays. That is what you have. And I ask you, when Wednesday comes, do not tell me that we're going to win already, because no ballot box opens with a single vote. Do not tell me that you don't believe that we need any more help, because we do. We live in a world now where Donald Trump and others are imposing tariffs and sanctions on people. And the one thing that a leader of a country must have is backative from their population. And if you can't show that backative, if you can't show that in the ballot box, then people will doubt. You have a leader. They say I travel too much, but when I travel, I only travel to bring back benefits for this country, including hundreds of millions of dollars in grant money. I'm not even talking about loans yet. But I know what it is to go in Golden Square and outline my vision for Barbados to Bajans in Barbados. I do not go on Trinidad and Tobago television and outline the vision for Barbados to Trinidadians living in Caroni and San Fernando and Laventille and Port of Spain. None of them can vote for him. So ask yourself why he would go up there first before even his election broadcast to you in this country. I feel that it has to do with campaign finance. But that is a story for another day. And last night I told Richard Seeley, cut it out when you're talking about us and the Jamaica Labour Party. We don't have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet. We don't have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet. Have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet. Have any relationship at a political level. I get on with Prime Minister Holness and his cabinet.
Hey!
But our sister party is the People's National Party. That is why their leader addressed our conference in 2018 at Lodge School, Peter Phillips. Got the same name as Peter Phillips in St. Louis. That is why, as opposition leader, I addressed their conference in Jamaica, in Kingston. And I want Richard Seeley to know, don't send the messages via me, man. If you want, talk to your leader, Ralph, who you can't get on with. And worry about the fact that it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica and who is really financing who from the rest of the region.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is more than Bangara. You hear what I tell you? One me and Mottley. Hey! Don't talk to me. Market Me, don't talk to me. Wow. So to get the full context of the speech from me and Mottley. Zane, so Market Me gone overseas now. I wonder under whose recommendation them allegedly advise other political parties. Mighty God. Market Me. Don't talk to me. Them said, lady said she get along with Andrew Holness and the administration, but them don't have any political relationship. Make it clear. Their sister party is the People's National Party. You understand? A real family through marriage is Donna Scott Mottley. You understand? So anybody out there where get it twisted, I hope it's clear now. Yes? Don't twist up the good Caribbean leader here. We are the good for our country. Unlike but me and Mottley has done for her country, her economy, and her people. Andrew Holness refused to even try. Yeah, and I say refuse because they have the capacity to do it. But they choose something else than building the people and building the country. And then, oh, them so enough? Oh, JLP so enough? Why them find it so comfortable if you have some type of connection and ties with other people, election we are going in for them country? Them nothing? Them too enough, man. But tell me what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys for joining me today, and I want to invite you to check out the last 8 videos them on my drop. If you don't watch them yet, I'm gonna go check them out. I have 8 uploads of that job. I dropped 2 today and I dropped 6 yesterday. If you haven't watched them yet, go and check them out, ladies and gentlemen. Each of them, different topics. Probably something that you never understood before. Both on Bolo VNR clips and Bolo VNR 2.0. And for the people that are on TikTok, big up anybody will send me gift because I never really pay attention. And if you don't want to shower me with some gift right now, you can shower me before me leave and I appreciate it. Petal, big up yourself. How are you doing? You're just coming in? Well, I definitely need to watch the replay because this live was full of you know, full of banger and niceness with the good information. For those that have not yet signed the why do I keep saying that? For those that have not yet signed the what do you call it? Oh my God. The MAGNITSKY Act. For the persons on TikTok, the MAGNITSKY Act is in my bio. It is an act for us to fight, help us to fight corrupt leaders in Jamaica. This is an act for us to fight against human rights violations, and those are many in Jamaica. It is an act for us, legal document, for us to hold them accountable, ladies and gentlemen. We need 10,000 signatures. For the people on TikTok, go to my bio, and the link is there. All right. So I encourage you. How much people can help with me? You know, see a little bit on the left, but see there. That is my live goal. That's my live goal. It's pinned right there. Let me take off that and see if anyone give me a new app. And I want to say, guys, Psalms 23 work, yeah? Psalms 23 work. It's a very short prayer, very short Psalms. But Psalms 23 work. Yeah, man. Psalms 23 work, ladies and gentlemen. Chef girl, good night. Bolo, go on, do your good things then. Thank you so much, Chef girl. Respect. I know I see my cousin jumping on the live on that time. Baskin said, comrades, we're taking over the Caribbean, not just Jamaica. Well, I don't see the comrades is not really a takeover type of a takeover mentality, you know. The comrades them and believe in a democracy. So anytime comrade parties get voted in, they are at the will, they are at the whim of the people. The people are the one that empower comrade party. See other party them, they will do nefarious things and illegal things to keep themselves in power. Buy, vote, all type of something. You feel me I deal with? Yeah, man. Claudette, how you doing? So, Petal say, my show, this is no Bolo. Big up yourself, Petal. It's good to have some people where, you know, we rock with you. And let me say, I cannot control how people view things, but I am not the type to want to have persons that support me out of spiting somebody else. Because you support me because you want to, you know, make the other person feel away. So you not support them. I know I cannot control that, but I'm not saying that any of you is doing that, but that just came into my spirit a while ago. Like, I never want to be that person that gains the support of people because they want to spite somebody else from not supporting them. I want to grow a genuine audience over here that appreciates my efforts, my conversation, and what I am doing, and them support me off of my merit. Hold on there. News in. Hold on there. Wait. Just get something a while ago. What is going on, sir? What is? Just get. Hold on there. What about the 870 million unaccounted for under the agriculture ministry? So J. Bryan, they on Flight Green Live. Ask him question. J. Bryan, easy though. Hey, man, you would have never seen me on their life, brother. Not me. You would have never. Let me say what I never do. You would have never see me on them live. Trust me when I tell you that. You would not see it. You wouldn't see it. But TikTok, as I say, go to the link in my bio, sign the MAGNITSKY Act, so as to help us to fight against corruption and human rights violations in Jamaica. Other countries use, it's an international act, other countries use it against other leaders. Yeah, serious thing, no joke. Alright. By the way, a long time I go on the PMP page, you know. Flow going on so. The Senate turn up still enough. The Senate turn up before I go. Let me just look at this. What is? Addressing the Senate on proposed amendments, the Financial Investigation Division. Whoa! This is important. This is important.
As they exist now, with public, firstly, President, they will allow for the sharing as they exist now with public bodies. But we need to identify what a public body is. The Integrity Commission, for example, is a public body. And there is a memorandum which allows for the sharing of information between the Integrity Commission and another public body, but the Integrity Commission and the FID. We've seen in recent time members of the cabinet challenging submissions and reports from the Integrity Commission, and now I'm seeing this bill something about government policies. Now, who is responsible for formulating policy? The chief policy under the policy formulators under the Constitution. Now, members of the cabinet are challenging the Integrity Commission. Is it not conceivable that the cabinet could develop policy about how it treats reports to our relationship with the Integrity Commission? I believe that, as Senator Scott Mottley said, that whilst we have the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the country, and its clause says laws of Jamaica, those are passed by the Parliament. Policies developed not in the Parliament, but through the Cabinet. So it is conceivable that the Cabinet could override, through policy, decisions of the Parliament, and that create a constitutional issue. But it can and does and could happen. And so one would expect that what the minister said, data processing policy, is a law governing data processing. And all the other policies that she outlined are covered by specific laws passed by the parliament. And therefore this clause, which allows for government policy, is an override of the constitutional duty of the parliament to set laws. And I personally is opposed to that clause. Think on it again. If it was in a bill like the Labor Relations and Industrial Dispute Act, which says in accordance with government policy, then you couldn't challenge anything because government policy declares.
My God.
In the LRIA, there's a clause called the national interest. That's not put in this bill about national interest. What we're seeing is government policy. Government policy is a tenuous thing. Here today, change tomorrow, change next week. We don't have to wait for a change of government to have changes in government policy. What if an intelligence agency abroad wishes to know about the Kroll report, which are entitled to under the MOU? But some government policy decide, you know what? We don't want this information to be shared, even though it's contrary to the laws of the country. Government policy then becomes something that overrides the laws of Jamaica, override the Constitution of Jamaica, and
you cannot allow that to happen. You guys hear what Mr. Lambert is saying? So you see what the Jamaica Labour Party do? They might try to craft laws that give them more power, so they can potentially in a certain situation abuse that power to cover up certain nefarious activities. Huh? You take them easy? Thank God. You know, when I hear people talk about the PMP not doing enough, you know, these are the moments when I look at you and raise my eyebrows like, how many of you know what this is and the dangers of it and what it could mean for us if it is not for the integrity of the People's National Party members? Right? No, but it would be further. Time will tell. It would be further power. They could act without any checks and balance then. And just blatantly violate the Constitution. So you have to look on it. And this is what they've been trying to do for the longest. They have been attacking the Constitution every chance they get. Every chance they get. The Jamaica Labour Party, I remember when Pastor Peter Chambers said, the Constitution is standing in front of Andrew Holness like a man. Things they want to do, he can't do because of the Constitution, and they might try craft. Dari Hardaway, big up, they might try craft one way to actually do it. But big up the PMP. Yeah man, big up the PMP.
That's got Mottley. So aptly put it. They acting even laws arising from government policy, but passed by the top down and unconstitutional. So to elevate a policy now to something that governs the FID, when the Constitution allows it, the laws of Jamaica passed by the Parliament, Houses of Parliament, assented to by the Governor General. With those in place, how then do we insert in this bill this clause about policies of government? Policies on which you have a major national disagreement.
Wow.
Policy which not even the government side in the Parliament may support. And so the independence of Parliament.
Look for ugly blouse and skirt coming in at Johnson Smith. A shake for your head. Hey, nobody can tell me nothing, you know. You see, something is going to bust out about she. Yeah, man. Something going to bust out about she, man. She. Me spirit, something about she. That woman there. You. In time, Lord will reveal the secrets of heart. You. Me I don't know prophet or not, but you see you lady, me every time I see you, anytime people talk about anything to restrict the government from override, the secrecies that are there. It's like, and you should take it, anytime it seems like anybody attack Andrew Holness, it's like, oh my God, she get red in the face. What is going on with you? Oh, it hurt you, so. Are you a statutory declaration? Oh, when you mention the IC and the FID, it hurt you, so. Me say camera catch at the right time. Just go back on the, something with this and look on the 5 minute and 25 second mark and look on her face. She couldn't help herself, but she can't. See her? You know, she couldn't hide her feelings. I notice shit like that, bro. I have a keen eye for stuff like that. This lady, every time.
Policies on which you have major national disagreements. Policy which not even the government side in the parliament may support. And so the independence of parliament is at stake. The independence of the parliament is at stake with something being put in the legislation about in accordance with government policy. And I say this against a background that is clear to me that the removal of the minister's approval is not something that is unique to us. It seems to be part of the international relationship to take the politics out of law enforcement. And so the minister is removed. But somehow we're replacing the minister, who is a major main proponent of policies in that ministry. We don't remove the minister's approval, but we're now inserting something to the back door called government policies. What's the difference between that and the minister's approval? So we're just changing it around to insert in law enforcement political interference. And I am opposed to that clause. I urge the minister and her team to delete that clause. And the laws of Jamaica, the Constitution, are sufficient guardrails. When we add another branch that is tenuous, and there's no certainty to what policy may be today as against tomorrow or yesterday, when we insert that into the legislation, we are allowing for the potential of abuse.
Of course.
We are allowing for bad governance.
Of course.
And I urge, in the spirit of cooperation, I too, like my colleagues, support the intent of the bill in general, but I disagree, vehemently disagree, with a clause which says government policy. Government policy, if you have confidence in those policies, bring them to the parliament. Have them approved. Have them approved by way of legislation. So they form part of the laws of Jamaica. And it is against that position that I signal.
So they want to override the law. Government policy trumping the law. Hey, mama. You see, you remember when Andrew Holness said he want to take away some of the bureaucracy? Me tell you, know, not a good sign. Not a good sign, ladies and gentlemen.
I support the rest of the bill, but I am opposed to that clause which speaks to government policy, and I urge the minister to consider it. I make this point because I remember, President, when we debated the NITS bill, there was a clause in the NITS bill which said, you know what? We can change any law by order. That was a clause in the NITS bill. You know. I pointed it out, I opposed it, and thankfully the government deleted it, said it was no longer necessary in the NITS law. And even with that deletion, the NITS law was struck down by the court in its entirety. I said,
hey, big up, hey, Mr. Lambert Brown, sir, big up yourself. I thank you for your experience and your wisdom to protect us, the citizens of Jamaica, in the capacity that you are doing right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I don't know about nobody else. What the man I explain right now is serious, you know? I never know that about the NITS bill. They must have not even follow politics. So meanwhile, I was going about my way and going about my business. Mr. Lambert Brown and the People's National Party, 14 alone, was there defending us. and are defending our rights. But tell them, if I never feel PNP, we end up back in a slavery already under this government. I don't think I joke. I don't think I exaggerate. I go look back what was the needs. I know he might tell me about this, so I never did know about neither. Something added to make it even worse. What potential could have happened with that if that was passed and everybody, people, nobody can tell me say JLP and PNP is the same thing. You are really slow if you say that. Really, really slow. I'm sorry. You're really, really slow. It means that you don't know the intricacies of what is happening in Parliament. Tyrone, big up. Right? Carleen, big up. You don't know the intricacies of what's happening. That's why you're saying the two of them is the same thing. If the two of them was the same thing, they wouldn't have opposed to nothing that they put in Parliament. There would be no debate. All eyes have it, aye. All eyes have it, aye. All eyes have it, aye. And then just selfishly feed themselves and not serve the people. And become two peas, two same peas in a one pot. And become one tree of destruction to all the Jamaican people. What are you doing, Joanne? Bless you. We really appreciate this, man.
To Scott Mottley, thank you. Another issue why this is potentially abusing this clause about government policy. I remember in matter and in this law, you need to have gone to that Attorney General to report things to the Attorney General. In a non-financial situation, criminal case, allegation of gun running, of drug dealing, gun running. The Constitution and the laws of Jamaica allow for the cooperation. You might remember former Commissioner of Police Audley Lewin speaking about Corporal or Constable Red Herring. And there was a big dispute over whether or not intercept of communication could be shared. Interestingly, the government has since brought such legislation to Parliament, supporting of what the NICE was about in the past. But I come back to the gun running and drug trafficking matter.
Hey.
The Constitution and the law of Jamaica allowed for extradition proceedings to go. At that time, the government policy was, to put it bluntly, the Constitution did not start at it. In other words, the government was in conflict with the Constitution and the laws of Jamaica. The policy. They relented. They relented eventually. And the extradition went on, the cooperation went on in accordance with the Constitution.
Senator Brown, we appreciate the extradition, but you need to stick to the legislation.
That's what I'm doing, and I'm trying to explain.
You said that you oppose the particular clause vehemently, and I've heard you. So you need to just wrap it.
And I'm explaining why I further oppose it. Because what I'm saying is that it is possible for government policies in the relationship we have with overseas partners and even local partners like the Integrity Commission. It is possible for government policy to be in conflict with the legislation.
You said that 3 times already, Senator Brown.
I'm glad, and I hope repetition becomes the mother of knowledge and agreement, and that we can therefore on that basis accept that there is a flaw in this legislation and that we can work to improve it by removing that offensive clause about government policy must be adhered to, when the policy ought to be in the legislation and in the Constitution, and we have seen evidence of conflict between policy and laws and Constitution. May it please you, Mr. President, and at least my voice held up for this session. Thank you.
Yes, it pleases me very much. Thank you very much, Senator.
Firstly, President.
Big up Mr. Lambert, bro. Yeah, man. Right? Yes. This is not very long.
Maintaining Jamaica's membership in the Egmont Group. Let me say from the outset that maintaining Jamaica's membership in the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Unit is important in the efforts towards combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and other financial crimes. As we know, these are serious threats to our national security and our economic integrity.
Yes.
And Jamaica must remain a credible partner in the global fight against financial crime.
Yes.
And insofar as the amendments in this bill contributes to that outcome, the opposition supports broadly the objectives of the bill. My contribution today is not whether we should empower the Financial Investigation Division to fulfill its mandate, but as I see, I want to see how we can empower the division to simultaneously ensure proper safeguards that protect the rights of Jamaican citizens and maintain accountability. So I want to do two things. I want to empower the FID, as the bill is doing, but I also want to ensure that there's still some sort of accountability mechanism in place, which I know, as good stewards of the law, you and that side would support me in doing. The issue is relevance. Section 2B of the bill inserts a new subsection 1 into subsection 12 of the Principal Act. This new provision authorizes the Chief Technical Director to give or receive information from a public body in Jamaica or a foreign intelligence department, and the actual wording is any information relevant to the investigation or prosecution of a financial crime. Now, Mr. President, I acknowledge that the amendment does require a memorandum of understanding to be in place before information can be shared. And this is found in the new subsection 4A, and it's an important safeguard, and we appreciate why it is in the bill. The MOU must be consistent with the Constitution and with the laws of Jamaica, as is clearly expressed in the bill, and it must include confidentiality undertakings, and these are proper requirements. The challenge I have with the drafting, though, is that there is no objective criteria for making what the determination of relevance is. So the MOU is like, a set of rules of engagement between the parties, and it says that we have a relationship and we trust each other and we'll keep the information confidential. And that's the framework that is guided by the MOU. But I think an alternative to what is being proposed is that there should be some degree of objective test as to what relevance constitutes. And I propose that we address this concern with what would be a simple amendment that would not compromise the operational flexibility of the Financial Investigations Division, but would add what I think is necessary clarity and accountability. And Minister who's piloting the bill, I propose that we insert a subsection here where it says, for the purposes of subsection 1, information shall be considered relevant to the investigation or prosecution of a financial crime only where there exists a reasonable suspicion that a financial crime has been, is being, or is about to be committed, and the information relates directly to that suspected crime. So the point is, I think that the classification of what relevance is too broad in its current drafting in the bill, and that there should be some degree of objective criteria that limits just how variable the interpretation to relevance can be. And I think that that is an important part of protecting the accountability mechanism that we want in this sort of legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's a consistent problem with how JLP draft these things, It's always, the language is always too broad-based. It leaves them too much room for abuse. Potential abuse of people. I don't know why it is that they are always in that particular predicament, but I've noticed it. Anytime you watch these debates and you hear the opposition and what they're pointing out, there's a pattern, ladies and gentlemen. A very disturbing pattern, Why they oftentimes do that, I don't know.
Too had a level of concern about the Minister. I'm actually seeking a clarification at this stage.
Sure, what's up?
Because I too had a level of concern about the fact that the memorandum of understanding or other arrangement that is consistent with the Constitution of Jamaica and the laws of Jamaica and the government policy. And you have explained by pointing to various pieces of legislation and agreements what you mean by government policy. It's interesting, we had a conversation yesterday where we were about a joint select committee yesterday where we were looking at the possibilities down the road of something unfortunate taking place. And I wondered, Minister, if you had, in the drafting of the bill, it had been contemplated that there might be government policy which is at dissonance with the Constitution. Because, yes, that's a point. That's a point I was going on to make. That government policy ought to be bound by the Constitution. And I wondered why this curious insertion of adding government policy, Constitution of Jamaica, and the government policy. Because there's a kind of dissonance about including government policy in that. And remember, you know, Minister, there have been many pieces of legislation brought by the government, formulated on government policy, which have been found to be unconstitutional. I just want to remind us that when one is planning, as you have said to me this morning, you have to also anticipate. And one has to anticipate that there is no government, certainly I hope not in Jamaica, which will stay in power forever. So that when you're contemplating how you frame the legislation, you have to also project if any kind of government, whether the one currently in office, whether another one or one formed by a third party or other, might create government policy or reflect government policy which is not in accordance with the Constitution. And I see the discussion. So let me go to NIDS, for example. NIDS was formulated based on government policy.
Aye.
And after substantial work was done to try and amend that piece of legislation, formulated on government policy, several amendments, so numerous I can't recall, I think 63 from the House and numerous from the Senate, it was still struck down as being unconstitutional in its entirety. So,
what an embarrassment. That's how bad it was. 69 amendments and still was unconstitutional. Jamaica, when me tell you to say if I never for the PMP, we would have ended up in a slavery. You think I lie, me? 69 amendments. And it was still unconstitutional. Who crafted that bill?
So I am wondering, and the reason why I stood to speak, was to ask you, what would have informed the inclusion of that particular notion when the Constitution of Jamaica ought to capture the essential requirements for this piece of legislation to be effective? Minister, I am actually seeking a clarification.
You don't want to come in at Johnson Smith. Hey, she well want to get up and shout and scream and say, he hot enough. He hot to get up, you know. I want to go pepper a girl, you know. Yes, man. Don't make your brown skin fool in the hair. You think they're nice? You can't stay there. Remember good.
Review of the Financial Administration and Audit Act.
Hold on there. Can't left out the professor.
I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the Senate, I will move the following motion. Whereas in 1975, through an amendment to the National Insurance Act, the National Housing Trust, NHT, was established, and whereas the amendment to the NIS legislation allowed for statutory deductions to be made from...
Oh, a different thing that you matter about, okay. I never hear that lady.
Information must accord with government. We note the Minister's observation that to ensure accountability, information must accord with government policy as one of the provisions in the amendment. This is a provision which gives us cause for concern. Accountability, Mr. President, is not to the government or party in power, but rather to the people of Jamaica.
Yes.
When we think about good legislation, we want to think about lasting the legislation that to ensure accountability, information must accord with government policy as one of the provisions in the amendment. This is a provision which gives us cause for concern. Accountability, Mr. President, is not to the government or party in power, but rather to the people of Jamaica. When we think about good legislation, we want to think about it lasting the test of time and regardless of which administration is in power. In that vein, we are concerned that this emphasis on government policy is not in accord with our democratic concerns for separation of power, concerns about executive overreach, which have been raised with this administration in the past, for instance, with the extension of SOEs, for instance, with the provision allowing for an acting Chief Justice, and also in provisions in the constitutional reform process that would effectively give the Prime Minister authority to decide on an executive president. We are concerned about oversight, and when thinking about law enforcement, we should be thinking with regard to the people's oversight and not oversight that relies on government policy as distinct, or should be thought about rather in terms of partisan politics. We note the minister's observation.
Proposed amendments to the, I rise this afternoon to participate in the debate on the proposed amendments to the Financial Administration and Audit Act that are before us today. Thank you, Marshal. I do so fully conscious of the context in which these amendments are being brought to this Honorable Senate,
Angela.
And it doesn't escape my conscience as well the continued lived realities facing many Jamaicans at this moment in the wake of the crisis the Minister just mentioned, Hurricane Melissa. But I want to take us back a bit to really set the context in which these amendments are being proposed. Not so long ago, in June 2024, Hurricane Beryl affected Jamaica, causing widespread damage across the entire island. Right? And in particular, several southern parishes faced the brunt of it. Estimated losses at that time were north of 30 billion Jamaican dollars, about 2% of GDP at that point. And it's the same story that we're facing today. Damage to critical infrastructure, disruption of lives and livelihood, agricultural output being halted, homes destroyed, tens of thousands of Jamaicans at that time being uprooted by the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And even as recovery in relation to Hurricane Beryl, for many was still a hope, the country was struck by an even more devastating disaster. Right? On October 28th, as we know, Hurricane Melissa made direct landfall, and as the Minister has said, broke all records with respect to devastation of events of that nature here in Jamaica. The losses were much greater. The initial estimates still stand at about $8.8 billion US, or 40% of GDP, right? Several times the size of Hurricane Beryl. And the externalities are still with us. The expected cost there is potentially north of $20 billion US in terms of loss of output. We're still struggling to recover in relation to key infrastructure. Utilities are still out of place, and entire communities remain displaced in the worst affected parishes. Mr. President, unfortunately, these two events, as devastating as they are not isolated shocks for Jamaica. They form part of a deeply troubling pattern, and it is the reality for us in this region.
Alexander.
Of the more than 40 Category 5 hurricanes recorded in this region in the Atlantic Basin, approximately 1/3 of them have occurred in the last decade. And it's telling a story. In fact, the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season equaled the number of Category 5 hurricanes that would have occurred in one single season. Again, telling a story. And the science is telling us plainly that these storms are becoming more intense, more destructive, and unfortunately, more frequent within our region. And Jamaica's vulnerability to these events are structural. It's based on where we're placed. We sit squarely in the hurricane belt. At the same time, we also sit along a very active earthquake fault system. I don't want us to forget that. And documented history of damaging seismic events is there. Right? So the combination, Mr. President, of these meteorological and geological risks place Jamaica among the more vulnerable small island developing states globally. Disasters for Jamaica are unfortunately not rare anymore. Right? They are a part of the reality that we have to plan for, and foremost when we look at the risks facing our nation. Several months after the passage of Hurricane Melissa, the truth is that the reality that many Jamaicans are facing is in stark contrast to some of the pronouncements from the government and the congratulatory tone in relation to the pace and significance of the recovery.
True.
Beyond the...
I don't know if you guys caught that, but basically what he said was what the government is boasting about versus the reality of the people on the ground. It's night and day. It's night and day. They have not done well, ladies and gentlemen. They have not done well. Let's continue.
Press releases and the communication. The reality on the ground tells a very different story.
Exactly.
There are families, Mr. President, who remain without a permanent roof over their heads. There are children, Mr. President, whose education has been halted by this crisis. There are people who have no access to basic amenities, potable water, electricity, public services. Many Jamaicans, Mr. President, are speaking in their own words and saying that they have not yet felt the arm of recovery extended to them from the state in a meaningful way. It's against this backdrop, Mr. President, that while we welcome the removal of the cap, which is a matter of practical fact by virtue of events past, the release of funds in excess of the $10 billion. We believe, Mr. President, that it's disappointing that we have not taken this opportunity to become more constructive in relation to this fund in the face of the realities that we have just experienced. Mr. President, at a time when recovery in relation to our latest crisis is far from complete, the vulnerability that we suffer is most visible by virtue of what has happened, and the risks that we're facing seem to be escalating as opposed to diminishing. I believe, Mr. President, that we're missing the mark with respect to the extent of the amendment before us today, and we could become much more progressive in safeguarding the people of Jamaica from this mounting risk. Mr. President, while the amendment does not prevent the fund from going beyond the $10 billion, in fact allows it, there is an important change, Mr. President, that I'd like to encourage the government to re-examine. And that is once the threshold is reached, the government relieves itself from the obligation to continue contributing to the fund from the consolidated fund. That distinction, Mr. President, matters in our view, because it goes to the heart of the state's responsibility to the people of Jamaica in relation to defending against this risk. As the minister said, this allows for the fastest, most immediate, and most certain response under circumstances of crisis of this nature. The President, in the real world of public finance, optionality, really, when it comes to the funding, is really a neutral thing. Right? Where contributions of any nature are no longer mandatory, they become the subject of annual budget pressures, competing priorities, and political discretion. Experience tells us that in such circumstances, allocations are often deferred, diluted, or in many instances, omitted altogether. The effect is a shift away from some sort of rule-based discipline and framework which has served us well. We recently had a conversation about the fiscal rules, towards discretion. And in doing so, Mr. President, the government weakens the anchor that gives this fund credibility as a tool designed to protect Jamaican lives and livelihoods in the face of a crisis.
So meanwhile, Andronis are talking about bureaucracy is too much and it has stopped them from doing things. This young man is outlining how important bureaucracy is in having credibility, even in the wake of a disaster. Because they cannot say that they have broken procurement rules to benefit the Jamaican people, and they're feeling it to a point where it's just amazing and the people is just so happy and never get help. Them can't say that. That's another reality. People are ball out right now. Lots of people are crying out right now. Them are open schools. Nobody knows if you not open schools, but what child that doesn't have a home to live in is going to go to school? You see how that works? Send TikTok universe, Pops YG, right?
Concern, Mr. President, is heightened when the threshold itself is considered against recent experience. The minister described the 10 billion at the time as being ambitious, but we have seen, Mr. President, that $10 billion, while it may sound substantial in isolation, it is modest when measured against the scale of the losses that Jamaican families and communities have experienced in the most recent crises I referenced before. In that context, Mr. President, allowing the state to step back from the mandatory contributions contemplated initially by the framework, it appears ill-timed, right, given what we have recently faced. And it leaves ordinary Jamaicans exposed, right, to benefiting less than they would have otherwise. Mr. President, it's not also sufficient, in our view, to suggest that there are other funding sources that compensate for the withdrawal of mandatory contributions to this fund. Insurance arrangements and catastrophe bonds and contingent credit lines all have a very important role to play in a layered disaster risk management framework. But they are not the same as this fund. Right? They play a different role. Insurance depends on triggers, and we saw the experience in Hurricane Beryl where there was no trigger. Credit lines increase the public debt, which is something that we have limited appetite for in the present day. And external assistance, which we have benefited from in the wake of this crisis, is, however, often delayed or conditional, if it comes at all. The Consolidated Fund contribution, Mr. President, therefore, represents the clearest expression of the state's ownership of disaster preparedness and its duty to act decisively on behalf of the citizens of this country. There is therefore a broader fiscal message that could be embedded in this amendment, Mr. President, that deserves some careful reflection. I can remember, eyes are on us. By having an exit point from mandatory contributions, while the government may secure some short-term budgetary flexibility, it could do so at the potential cost of long-term resilience. Right?
Good argument.
For a country as exposed as Jamaica,
that's a good argument.
Preparedness and defense against these risks must be consistent, dependable, and must have highest priority in the context of budgetary expenses. Because it's not some arbitrary balance sheet or set of numbers that gets affected under these circumstances. It's Jamaican households that bear the consequences when disaster strikes.
Thank you, Patrick.
Most importantly, Mr. President, this amendment might send a signal to the public, unintended or otherwise,
Island girl,
that even as we struggle to recover from a significant crisis, the state is indicating that its preparedness to support investing in resilience and recovery has its limits. Right? And as we have said, limits that are not significant relative to the potential fallout from this crisis. It indicates that the government is willing to take a step back from this particular tool at an unfortunate juncture. We on this side, Mr. President, therefore urges the government to reflect carefully on that potential message that it may be sending to the people of Jamaica at this time, and consider whether this is a moment to retreat in this way or to become even more constructive with respect to the measures of defense that we have against this risk that will continuously affect us even where we're geographically placed. Rather than creating a pathway to step back, there's an opportunity here for us to become more constructive, to strengthen the replenishment and continuity, and expand the various sources that could go into the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund. This, Mr. President, in our view, will make it a more credible, durable instrument of recovery and resilience to benefit all Jamaicans. May it please you, Mr. President. I rise this afternoon to participate.
Yes, so that is the Financial Administrative Audit Act. Senator Raman Small Ferguson warned that the recent amendments fall short of what is required to protect Jamaicans from increasingly severe and frequent natural disasters, referencing the devastating impacts of Hurricane Beryl and Melissa. He stressed that the disasters are no longer isolated events, but a structural reality Jamaica must plan for. That's facts. While welcoming the removal of the cap of the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund, Senator expressed concern that the amendments allow the government to step away from mandatory contribution. You hear that? Step away from mandatory contribution. Once a threshold is reached. This is what Mark Gordon was saying in Parliament. He and even Andrew Holness was arguing on this point. Andrew Holness tried to argue that this is just the way we are doing it. Well, it's stupid the way you're doing it. It is stupid the way you're doing it. And it's going to come around and bite you in the ASS. And unfortunately, Jamaicans will suffer as well because you're the government and you're the one that is managing our resources, unfortunately. But by or before 2027, we will finally have a righteous leader. Obviously, that means the one that is here is not righteous and he will be removed. Thus saith the Lord. Okay, thank you guys again. 1 hour after, I am thanking you guys again for being here. I don't know how we reached here to the point where I could not stop looking at these videos and listening because it was so interesting, the information that was being disseminated, and it was so important to listen to the information that was being disseminated. Again, I want to thank the People's National Party representatives in the Senate. They are doing a phenomenal job. There's a great mix of youth and also elders, very experienced campaigners within the Senate. Very important. Mrs. Buchanan, big up yourself, Simple Pebbles. Everybody on the TikTok, make sure so you go in my bio and click the link and sign the MAGNITSKY app. Do not donate. Just press I'll share instead. After you put in your name and your email. You're going to go to the next part. It's going to say donate. Do not donate. The MAGNITSKY Act is an international act to fight against human rights violations and corruptions in any country. For this petition, we're doing it for Jamaica. So go ahead and sign that. All right, my people. See y'all later. And we're just going to go out with Miss Donna Scott Mottley one more time. She's the one that sparked this live stream. One more time for Miss Donna Scott Mottley. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Put your hands together. Yeah, put your hands together.
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Me. Don't talk to me. Market Me. Don't talk to me. Market Me. Don't talk to me. Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to that it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. Yes. So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
Hey boy. Hey. Bolo. Bolo, Jamaica, Bolo. No. Hold on there. Where J-Brand? J-Brand, we are clipping it. Hold on, J-Brand. Where the link to J-Brand? Lord mercy, Lord. Oh, you know, wrong sit me going now. That's how I'm going to see it. J-Brand, right there. J. Brian, where Here's the video, you got it. Oh, Sita. Oh, Sita. Press the link so we make it play. Them no want us to be great. Them a try block the video from play. But we not say nothing. Because them all a button. And them can't stop the video from play. And that we say, and that we say, and that we say. Make it play, make it play, make it play.
That is what Ralph Thorne is doing.
Yeah.
And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
You hear that?
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention.
All right.
That is what Ralph Thorne is doing. And then the one that running against Marsha talking, but we taking advice from Jamaica Labour Party. First of all, anybody who knows anything about us knows that our sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. And even though they are not in government, we are not fair weather friends.
Yeah.
That is the party that I go to Jamaica and address their convention.
Yes. Wanna hear that? So don't mix me. Don't mix with. You understand?
That it is Ralph who got the Jamaica Labour Party advising him through the company Market Me.
Yes.
Don't talk to me. Company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. And through the company Market Me. Don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph directly. So you get confused with who is really advising who from Jamaica.
No. Hey. Father Jati, have a nice tonight. No, we can't wait to hear Andre. No, you know something, I'm going to watch At Half I Press video now. Oh my God, we need to hear At Half I Press. Market Me, don't talk to me. I am going to click that up. Yeah, I'm going to click that up. That is a soundbite right there. I'm definitely going to click that up. Market Me, don't talk to me. Talk to Ralph Gonzalez, when name Ralph Thorne. Yeah man, don't talk to me. Then Ralph Thorne. You know, so the election are going still. So you really use Market Me if you get advice about how to win the election. Let me know that work out for you. Hear me, General, if that's the case. Yeah man, by Wednesday, Thursday we will know still. How much money you have pay them? What kind of that's if you don't have a contract. Like how much money you have pay them for, like what you have pay them for? Who recommend you to them? Well, you have to carefully company them where you keep, yes sir? You have to be careful. Careful who you take advice from here. You see, certain things that them doing at Jamaica, I work for them at Jamaica, but I just Jamaican people them out here. Enough of them fool. Why work? But I know everybody a fool here. Yeah man. Mrs. Buchanan, have a blessed night. I'm just gonna give you guys one more minute. If you want to drop a gift, you know what I'm saying, and show some love. Alright? One more minute. We're going to like 50 seconds now. For the people over there on the YouTube, if you want to drop a Cash App, a PayPal, and a Zelle, all the information is pinned in the comment section. Alright? Yeah. If you appreciate that video, bless up the thing, man. Bless up the thing. And few people in on TikTok see Cash App there, right? That's it. Give Star phone, that's the Cash App right there. Ingrid, how you doing? Big up yourself. Thank you for smashing the like button. It's Ingrid. Andre Minto. Alright. Is that a radio station? They have 20 seconds. Love and gratitude. Okay. Thank you, Miss Ingrid. Oh, that means a lot. That means a lot. It means a lot. Pauline, how you doing, Pauline? So you just come in our place. Why today was a good show. I was gonna start 5 o'clock. I'm glad I actually started 3. And see, we're here. It's like 4 hours now. Yep, 4 hours. Well, yeah, man. Simple Pebbles. Thank you as usual. All right. Bless upon yourself. And when you guys come back on the live, I am still trying to reach 50,000 likes. I know I came on late on TikTok today, but if we can get the 50,000 likes out of the way in the first hour, oh, that'll be beautiful. That'll be beautiful. So all of my supporters, you can support by beating up the screen. All right. Yeah, man. 50,000 likes. That really pulls the people to the page. Ven Love, big up. Rose E. Banks, big up. Alright, you too. Big up yourself. Look more. For now, I use TikTok and charge, you know.